The Senate will come to order. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I impose a call of the Senate.
The Senate is now under call. Senator Murphy.
Mr. President, I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and that the Sergeant-at-Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, if you would please stand. In the Senate's tradition, we always start with prayer. And today's chaplain is Reverend Jen Collins from Minneapolis area Synod, ELCA. And following the prayer, please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good day, everyone. Let us take a moment to center and ground ourselves in prayer. Creator, we pause, opening our hearts and minds to listen. May we listen for guidance. May we listen for clarity. May we listen to one another as we work and collaborate, collectively working towards what is good for all our communities. Send us strength, send us love, and send us grace. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, members. The Secretary will take the roll.
Abler, Barr, Bolden, Carlson, Champion, Clark, Coleman, Swadzinski, Dames, Dibble, Dornick, Draheim, Drazkowski, Duckworth, Farnsworth, Fateh, Frentz, Green, Grunhagen, Gustafson, Hochschild, Herr, Heintzman, Hemmingson Yeager, Hoffman, Holmstrom, Housley, Howe, Jasinski, Johnson, Johnson Stewart, Klein, Coran, Kroon, Kunish, Kupek, Lang, Latz, Liskey, Limmer, Lucero, Mann, Marty, Matthews, McQuaid, McEwen, Miller, Mohammed, Murphy, Nelson, Verbaten, Pappas, Pa, Port, Pratt, Putnam, Rarick, Rasmussen, Rest, Seeberger, Utke, Weber, Wiesenberg, Westland, Westrom, Wickland, Zhang.
Members, a quorum is present. The following members intend to vote from a remote location pursuant to Rule 40.7. Senator Carlson. Members, if you'd like to follow along, I am reading from today's agenda. Today's agenda is dated Monday, May 4th, 2026. Members, we will begin with the second order of business, which is executive and official communications. The following communications were received and referred as indicated. Senator Latz for a motion.
Mr. President, I move the appointments of notaries public be laid on the table.
To that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, will now proceed to the third order of business, which is messages from the House. The Secretary will read the first message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce the passage by the House of the following Senate file herewith returned. Senate File Number 2971, a bill for an act relating to transportation requiring data collection on bridge-related suicides. Signed, Patrick Duffy Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
Members, no action is required. The Secretary will read the next message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce the passage by the House of the following Senate file herewith returned. Senate File Number 3888, a bill for an act relating to transportation permitting tow trucks to use variable message signs. Signed, Patrick Duffy Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
Members, no action is required. We'll now go to the next message. The Secretary will read the next message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce the passage by the House of the following Senate file as amended by the House, in which amendments the concurrence of the Senate is respectfully requested. Senate File Number 1750, a bill for an act relating to common interest communities, modifying powers and duties of common interest communities. Senate File Number 1750 is herewith returned to the Senate. Signed, Patrick Duffy Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
I'll now call on Senator Lucero for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate concur with the amendments of by the House of Senate File 1750 and that the bill be placed on its repassage as amended.
Senator Lucero, you want to explain the House changes to the bill?
Mr. President, backing up. As a refresher, it was approximately 1 year and 9 months ago today that the work group on HOAs and CICs was formed. We met multiple times and we submitted a report. And this body then took up 1750. In 2 days from now, Wednesday of this week, will it be exactly a year ago that the bill passed into the House by a vote of 66%. In that year, there have been multiple stakeholder conversations and groups that have provided feedback to improve the bill, and those changes that have been incorporated are improvements and clarifications to the bill rather than changes in concept or provisions. And so the changes that were implemented are more than I want to give at this time, but it is definitely all valuable.
Senator Murphy for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Lucero. I move to lay this bill on the table and ask for a roll call vote. Members, there's been a lot of work that has occurred, as I understand, between when we heard this bill last session and now. And a number of members have asked for the opportunity to review the changes before we take it up on the floor. And I know that Senator Pa and Senator Lucero have talked together, and we intend to take this off the table on Wednesday. And with that, I'd ask for your support to lay it on the table. Thank you, Mr. President.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Murphy. Thank you, Senator Pa, and thank you to all the members, both Republican and Democrat, who have been part of this process. The last year and 9 months has been one of the most collaborative, productive, fruitful, positive efforts I've ever been engaged in here in the last 12 years of serving. And so I appreciate the conversations that have taken place, and I appreciate the commitment that we will have to take this bill up. And I appreciate members wanting to have that diligence to review all the positive changes before we repass it on Wednesday. So I encourage a green vote on this motion to table.
The Secretary take the roll on the Murphy motion. Members, please vote so we can move expeditiously. Senator Hurd, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Carlson vote aye.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Fateh vote aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
And Senator Dibble votes aye.
Senator Dibble votes aye. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rasmussen votes aye.
Senator Rasmussen votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye. All senators having voted who desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 63 ayes and 0 nays, the motion to lay the bill on the table prevails. The secretary will read the next message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce the passage by the House of the following Senate file, as amended by the House, in which amendments the concurrence of the Senate is respectfully requested. Senate File Number 4171, a bill for an act relating to housing, providing for sub-metered utility service final billing for vacating tenants. Senate File Number 4171 is herewith returned to the Senate. Signed, Patrick Duffy Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
I'll now call on Senator Report for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur in the amendments by the House to Senate File 4171 and that the bill be placed on its repassage as amended.
Senator Report, will you please explain the House changes to the bill?
Yes, Mr. President. Members, you'll remember this bill as the bill that the tenants and landlord groups came together to fix a utilities issue. While the bill was over in the House, they also agreed on 2 additional issues. One, allowing for expedited evictions in cases where a tenant has assaulted a landlord or landlord's staff. And one with additional protections for minors from being named as a defendant in an eviction action when they are not the primary person renting the unit. Those are the only 2 changes, Mr. President.
Any other discussion before we give the bill its third reading? I'm sorry, I got to take a vote on the motion. She now explained the changes. All in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Now the secretary will give the bill its third reading.
Senate File Number 4171.
Third reading. Any other discussion on Senate File Number 4171? Seeing none, seeing no further discussion, the secretary will take the roll on final passage as amended by the House. Members, please vote. Members, please vote. And no talking at each other's desks. Senator Hurd, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Carlson vote aye.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Dibble votes aye.
Senator Dibble votes aye.
Senator McCune votes aye.
Senator McCune votes aye. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rasmussen votes aye.
Senator Rasmussen votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye. Any other votes? All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There have been 63 ayes and 3 nays. The bill is passed and its title agreed to. The secretary will read the next message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce the passage by the House of the following Senate file, as amended by the House, in which amendments the concurrence of the Senate is respectfully requested. Senate File Number 4760, a bill for an act relating to public safety, modifying provisions regarding data protection, domestic abuse, victims' rights, etc. Senate File Number 4760 is herewith returned to the Senate. Signed, Patrick Duffy Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
Senator Latch for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate do not concur in the amendments by the House to Senate File 4760, and that a conference committee of 3 members be appointed by the Subcommittee on Conference Committees on the part of the Senate to act with a like conference committee appointed on the part of the House.
Any other discussions on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The Secretary will read the next message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce the passage by the House of the following House files herewith transmitted. House file numbers 3426, 3709, 4063, and 4151. Signed, Patrick Duffy Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
Members, no action is required. Now we'll move to the fourth order of business, which is first reading of House bills. The House files have been given their first reading and referred as indicated. Moving to the fifth order of business, which is reports of committees, I'll now call on Senator Murphy for a motion to adopt the committee reports.
Mr. President, I move the committee reports printed in the agenda and addendum be adopted with the exception of the reports pertaining to appointments.
On the motion for the adoption of the committee reports, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. I'll call on Senator Murphy again.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee reports pertaining to appointments be laid on the table.
To that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, will now move to the sixth order of business, which is second reading of Senate bills. The Secretary will read the Senate file numbers.
Senate file numbers 4504, 5052, 3298, and 4476.
The Senate files have been given their second reading. We'll now move to the seventh order of business, which is second reading of House bills. The Secretary will read the House file number.
House file number 2433.
The House file has been given its second reading. Members, we'll now move to the eighth order of business, which is introduction and first reading of Senate bills. The bills listed on today's introduction calendar are given their first reading and referred as indicated. Now we'll move to the ninth order of business, motions and resolutions. We will adopt the author's motion as one motion. All in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, Senate resolutions 82 and 83 will be referred to the Committee on Rules and Administration. Now remaining under motions and resolutions, I'll call on Senator Murphy for a motion, call on Senator Murphy to designate special orders.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Rule 26, I designate the following bills be made special orders for immediate consideration.
Members, the list is on your desk. It is dated May 4th, 2026. We will go to Senate file number 4067. Senator Muhammad.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. On the morning of August 27, 2025, a shooter opened fire on the Annunciation Church in South Minneapolis, killing Harbor Moisky and Fletcher Merkel and wounding 27 others, 3 church members in their 80s and 24 children. Fletcher was 8 years old. He loved chips and cookies and the Green Bay Packers and ran around so much he could wear a pair of shoes in a week. Harbor was 10. She loved national parks and making videos and wanted to grow up to be a veterinarian. I'm honored to say that some of the Annunciation families are here with us today. And I ask that you please join us in a moment of silence to remember Harbor and Fletcher. Thank you. What made Harbor and Fletcher unique is what makes their loss a tragedy. That what happened to them is not unique, is in fact a routine in this country, is a moral outrage and a call to action for anyone in power to prevent gun violence and stop the next mass shooting. This is a complex problem without a single solution. The students and parents we have heard from do not want us to choose between banning weapons of war and investing in school safety. This isn't either or. We need both. When it comes to keeping kids safe, the only responsible choice is all of the above. Bills included in the package will invest in tens of millions of dollars in safety upgrades for our schools, both public and private. Another will make a critical investment in mental health access for Minnesota children. Another will reban the binary triggers that shooters use to make standard guns twice as lethal. Another will enhance the statewide use of extreme risk protection orders to keep guns out of the hands of people who pose imminent threat to themselves or others. And this bill includes a ban on the sale of semi-automatic military-style assault weapons and high-capacity magazine, the type that were used at Annunciation and in shootings at Sandy Hook, Parkland, Uvalde, and in more than 150 shootings in the last 10 years. My generation is the first in American history where shootings became so normalized that we run active drills at schools. If we have the courage to act, future generations of Minnesotans won't have to. Annunciation principal Matt DeBoer likes to quote the African proverb, "When you pray, move your feet." I'm also reminded of the words of Pope Leo after the shooting at Annunciation, who prayed and said, "Help us to fulfill the prophecy of Isaiah, to literally break the weapons of war and build tools of peace." The key words there are help us to fulfill. Help us. We may call upon a higher power, but we have a duty to act here on earth, especially those of us in positions of power on a day like today. I want to thank the Annunciation families for being here today, for being with us through this process. It is through their strength, faith, humanity, and love for their children that got each other through impossible pain and got this historic, powerful legislation to where it is today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, before we go forward with any discussion, I'm providing a gentle reminder for the floor as well as individuals who are in the gallery that we cannot have any disruption, whether that's applause or audible exclamations, none of that. We want to be respectful. We want to respect those who are in the gallery, but we are here for a very serious issue, and we would like to make sure that we can do it peacefully and properly. With that being said, any other discussion on Senate File Number 4067? Any discussion or any amendments? Senator Heisman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the author yield for a question?
Will you yield for a question? She will yield for a question. Senator Heisman.
Thank you. I do not have the privilege of serving on the Public Safety Committee or any committees in which this bill was heard, but I had a question on line 8.12 as it regards to semi-automatic pistols. It says any feature capable of functioning as a protruding grip that can be held by the non-triggered hand. When I hold my pistol, I hold it with both hands, including my non-triggered hand. Would this make my firearm classified as a semi-automatic military-style pistol?
Senator Mohammed, to the question.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, another member was talking to me. Will you repeat your question?
Senator Heisman.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Mohammed, on line 8.12, as regards to semi-automatic pistols that could be considered a semi-automatic military-style weapon under the descriptions, it says any feature capable of functioning as a protruding grip that can be held by the non-triggered hand. And I hold my pistol with both hands. Would that make my pistol a semi-automatic military-style weapon.
Senator Mohammed, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Heisman. There is no protruding grip on your handgun, so that would not be included.
Senator Heisman.
Will she continue to yield?
Will you continue to yield?
Yes, and Mr. President, if you don't mind, I think there are members who want to make remarks to the other parts of the bill before we take up questions, if you don't mind, after this.
Senator Heisman, she will yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Mohammed, what type of grip would you say that a pistol has then if it is not a protruding grip?
Senator Mohammed, when you're ready. Members, thanks for your patience. Senator Mohammed.
Thank you, Senator Heisman. I will say, I think you're referring to 8.1 still, and I said that that your handgun does not have a protruding grip, and so that I think answers your question.
Senator Heisman.
The follow-up question was, what type of a grip would it be? I don't believe that answers the question, but we'll move on. Thank you.
Senator Mohammed indicated there was someone else who wanted to speak before we started taking amendments, and when I asked if there was anyone else who wanted to speak, no one else was standing. Is there anyone else to speak before we continue to take amendments? Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess I was waiting for others to talk about the different provisions in the bill, and I thought there was going to be more laying out all the different provisions. But if no one is standing, I might as well go ahead, Mr. President. So in this bill is funding for the Violence Prevention Center, which I'm very happy to see it's included. The Violence Prevention Center is located at Hamline University in St. Paul. Nonpartisan gun violence research is a critical part of ending gun violence. We need an objective understanding of how gun violence happens so we can create a policy to address it. The Violence Prevention Project's public-facing, accessible research makes it a valuable resource for policymakers, schools, communities, and governments. Their work and our investment in their work makes Minnesota a leader in this field. Gun violence is a complex issue and requires comprehensive, multifaceted solutions. The Violence Prevention Project takes a holistic approach to the issue and includes insights from researchers as well as gun violence victims and offenders. Their work expands our thinking about where gun violence happens and how to prevent it, from suicide prevention and safe storage to intervening in domestic abuse. As an independent research project, it plays a crucial role in supporting policymakers, schools, and communities while maintaining the objectivity needed to evaluate whether existing policies are working as intended. By expanding how we think about prevention, the Violence Prevention Project positions Minnesota as a national leader in innovative, evidence-based solutions. And I'd like to thank Senator Mohammed for including it in this package and for Senator Latz for his support in the past.
Any of the other authors who have provisions in the bill wish to speak? Senator Latz.
Mr. President, I'm going to identify a number of provisions here for the members' education on the content of the bill. The extreme risk protection order provision in here has really two components. One is a public awareness campaign. It's a highly effective tool, red flag orders. It's been used over 400 times since it became law initially and has saved a lot of lives. What we have found, however, is that not everyone who can bring a petition or is aware of a person that might need to be separated from their firearms because of a particular mental health or emotional crisis, knows that this tool is available to them. So this would fund an awareness campaign to make sure that people more broadly in Minnesota are aware that if they know someone who they think needs to be protected, either from themselves or that they might be a threat to others, they become aware of that, and then they can take the appropriate steps, like contact their local law enforcement, or if they are qualified under the statute to bring a petition themselves, they could bring that petition. There's also a provision in here that reenacts the ghost gun ban. Ghost guns are firearms that have no serial number. They are often produced by 3D printers, so this, which is particularly dangerous and unfortunately becoming more and more prevalent as many of these non-serialized firearms are showing up at crime scenes now. What this bill does is it makes it a 5-year felony to own or possess, receive or sell, transfer, distribute a ghost gun. It also makes it a 5-year felony to obliterate, remove, change, or alter the unique serial number of a firearm, or receive or possess such a firearm that has had the serial number removed. And it also makes it a 5-year felony to sell, distribute, or transfer, except under a federal firearms license, instructions that may be used to program a 3D printer to manufacture a ghost gun. It also contains, this bill also contains a provision relating to safe storage for prohibited people. Members, this particular provision was chief authored by Senator Limmer and co-authored by Senators Kroon and Abler. It requires that loaded firearms be stored in locations where persons prohibited from possessing firearms cannot access the firearms. Currently, youth are covered by this protection, but others in a household who are under our current laws ineligible to possess firearms, for example, those who have been convicted of felonies, those who have been convicted of domestic violence, etc., they are not covered by current law, so this would help assure us that those persons who are not eligible do not have access in their own household to these firearms. There are also some updates in here to the Extreme Risk Protection Order law. Those updates are based upon the experience that we've had since the law was enacted, with input from a number of county attorneys who are often the ones implementing the red flag orders, petitioning for them and implementing them, including clarifying that law enforcement and county attorneys broadly, not just the chiefs, can file the red flag order, so anyone in their office can do it, requiring that a red flag petition be considered by a judge when it's presented to the judge and not held over a weekend, for example, to a Monday morning or overnight until regular business hours the following day. It has a number of detailed updates to the existing red flag law. So those are the provisions I wanted to highlight for our members, and happy to answer questions when the time arises for that. Thank you.
Senator Gustafson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Included today is the binary trigger ban, which clarifies Minnesota's definition of a trigger activator so that devices designed to dramatically increase the firing rate of a firearm are clearly covered under existing law. In February 2024, in Burnsville, Minnesota, Shannon Gooden fatally shot police officers Paul Elmstead and Matthew Rouge and a firefighter paramedic, Adam Finseth, while they were responding to a domestic violence call. Investigators later determined that Gooden fired more than 100 rounds using multiple firearms, including an AR-15 style rifle equipped with a binary trigger or similar rapid-fire trigger device. So the bill included before you today simply ensures that Minnesota law is clear about how these devices are treated. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Wicklund.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to speak in support of the areas of the bill that have funding and some rate increases for mental health. Article 1 has several appropriations that relate to mental health grants. One is the school-linked behavioral health grants. This is an extremely effective way for community providers to partner with schools to deliver mental health services in schools. And we have continued to fund this program since it was put in place I believe, over 10 years ago. And we would like to see an increase in funding so that we can begin to address the great need that is there. There are more needs than can be fulfilled with current grant funding, and this will help us address that. The Family Peer Specialist Startup Grants, this would be a way to establish more certified family peer specialist services, and this is another way to address children's mental health needs, including the whole family in that process. Mobile Crisis Grants, that's another program that has been very successful in creating a path for people who are in crisis due to a mental health condition to have a response to that that addresses their mental health needs rather than a law enforcement response. And so this Mobile Crisis Grants would extend additional funding that could increase the availability and access to mobile crisis services. And lastly, a grant program for mental health, healthcare professionals, and healthcare professionals who, in their course of their work, are dealing with the trauma that results from gun violence. This is a way to provide access to mental health care for these healthcare professionals. And then lastly, there is a provision for increasing the reimbursement rates for two mental health rate structures. One addresses psychological testing. We know today that there is a huge backlog of testing queues for children to get into providers to have assessments done so they can get access to the mental health services that they need. And this would increase the rates for those psychological testing services. And then the other rate increase has to do with a cutback that was put in place a number of years ago that today master's level providers are only able to receive a rate that is 20% less than non-master's level providers, and this would restore the rate to the same level for these master's level providers. Master's level providers are one of the key sources of access to mental health care in our state, and so this would encourage more people to be able to go into those fields and provide services to children and their families. Thank you.
Senator Bowden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to highlight and speak in support of a provision in Article 3 relating to anonymous threat reporting systems. Members, this provision encourages school districts to adopt an anonymous threat reporting system, which is a proven system that is geared toward preventing crises and harm. If we can get resources to people before they're in crisis, hopefully we can prevent further tragedies. And so it encourages schools to adopt and implement a reporting system of their own. If they choose not to do that independently, they then are encouraged to utilize the statewide system that we currently have in place. The benefit of these systems is that it offers a mechanism for 24/7 anonymous tips to be submitted, and then resources and teams would get that information locally to be able to look into that information and hopefully prevent such tragedies into the future. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Kunesh.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to share with you the portion of this bill that deals with school safety aid. Those provisions are in Article 1, Sections 3 and 5. In all, this school safety aid is around $20 million, and $1 million of those go to private school grants. We moved that from being overseen by MDE to being seen by the Department of Public Safety because we felt it was DPS is better suited to provide advice to the schools on how to best utilize those dollars. We don't have any aid source in Minnesota that goes directly to our non-public schools, and so it's a good way to do this. It was really important to us that we provide this one-time aid that would not put any additional burden on the public schools, and they should not be the ones to hold accountable for ensuring that the appropriate use of those funds are being taken care of. Since this new funding is for non-public schools, we'd like them to work with public safety centers to ensure that they discuss recommendation with the experts. The $1 million, then there are school districts, charter schools, intermediates, cooperatives, and tribal schools that will receive approximately $21.82 per student, which is approximately what our non-public school students would get anyway. And they are eligible for using these dollars for safe school revenue found under Statute 126C.44, Subdivision 4. There is a list of eligible uses for school resource centers, officers and security, drug abuse prevention, crime and suicide prevention, mental health, counselors, school nurses, safety enhancement, improved student climate, and cyber security. We are hoping that these funds that we are able to appropriate are going to address the issues that gun safety has in our schools and with our students and administrations.
Members, any other discussion for the opening comments around the bill before we go to amendments? Seeing none, any amendments on the bill? Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A50 amendment.
Senator Matthews offers the A50 amendment. The Secretary will report the A50 amendment.
Senator Matthews moves to amend Senate File Number 4067 as follows. Page 2, delete Subdivision 2. This is the A50 amendment.
Senator Matthews, to your A50 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request a roll call on the amendment.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, my amendment here is to present a package to the body that actually could pass, could become law, and could work to be effective in improving the safety of our students in schools right away. My amendment will be retaining all of the school safety funding that is in the underlying bill and, in fact, increasing the non-public school portion of the bill. Albeit the amount needs to be much higher overall, but under the financial limitations that we have in this bill, we are going to put every dollar that we can towards school safety, especially to the non-public schools, and increasing that allotment that they get. This bill will retain, under my amendment, it retains all the mental health money that is already in this bill, including the school-linked mental health grants. And this will remove all the unconstitutional gun policies that are headed for the parts in this bill that are going to keep this from being law, and in some instances, going backwards in the ability of schools to be safer, such as when superintendents have trusted and vetted individuals that they have granted permission to carry in this bill, which is important, especially in rural districts where response times are longer. Members, this is an important piece that actually would bring everyone together and accomplish the short and medium-term effects that we need to do to help keep our kids safe in schools. With that, members, I would urge a support of my amendment so that we can actually pass something this year that would make a positive impact right away for all of our families in the state of Minnesota.
Senator Friends.
Mr. President, I would have requested a roll call, but I think one's up there.
Senator Muhammad to the Matthews A50 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for your amendment. I will ask members to vote no on this amendment. One, because Minnesotans have asked us to put together a comprehensive package that includes both what's included in including school safety aid, mental health funding, and they asked us to do something about guns, and that's what we have done. In terms of this bill getting challenged in the court of law, that is why we have three branches of government. We pass laws all the time here. And I am confident that this will stand if it does get challenged and we do get a lawsuit. It has stood on its own in a number of other states. And so I'll ask members to vote no. And in terms of the funding, I wish we had more money this year. I really do, because we'd put a lot more money into both school safety aid and mental health funding, but we don't. And we've been very thoughtful in crafting this and putting together a budget that we think that can work. So thank you.
Any other discussions on the A50 Matthews amendment before we go to a roll call? Senator Latz.
Mr. President, we're going to hear a lot of conversation today about what's constitutional or not constitutional. And I've been working on these issues for 2 decades. I've heard the arguments before. Every time there's a proposal in the legislature that affects guns or might even arguably touch on the Second Amendment, the argument is it's unconstitutional because there's a Second Amendment. But I want to urge members' caution in accepting that at face value. Justice Scalia, when he wrote the seminal Supreme Court decision that changed about 200 years of constitutional jurisprudence and expanded the scope of the Second Amendment, or some would argue clarify it, to include not just militia possessing firearms, but individuals possessing firearms, very explicitly stated in that decision that the Second Amendment is not absolute, that like all of the amendments in our Constitution, it is subject to reasonable regulation and boundaries. So simply a member on the floor here stating that it's unconstitutional does not make it so. As Senator Muhammad said, the courts will evaluate that if this becomes law. But there are, for example, there are 11 other states that have some of these provisions, and they have stood the test of constitutional challenge so far. So that's my word of caution. And one thing Senator Matthews did not do was explain exactly what the amendment does other than increase funding for the school safety portion. So, Mr. President, I'd like to know if Senator Matthews will yield to a question.
Senator Matthews, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Latz.
Senator Matthews, would you please walk us line by line through your amendment and identify the policy provisions that your amendment proposes to delete from the underlying bill?
Senator Matthews, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Latz. It's deleting much of the articles with the policy provisions that are in, I believe, Article 2 and in Article 3. It is keeping in the anonymous threat reporting, but I can definitely go through many of the bans and prohibitions that are in the underlying bill are being removed. Including starting in Article 2 on page 6. That is being removed, as well as turn over to page 18. We're picking up at a number of the other sections that are in the bill as well. So we're basically deleting Article 2 and Article 3 with the exception of the anonymous reporting.
Senator Latz.
Mr. President, members, I can read the amendment too. It says delete pages 17 to 38, delete sections 2 to 22. But what I think the public deserves to know is, what are those sections? What do those provisions do that Senator Matthews is proposing to delete? I mean, I can read this and I can take a few minutes and cross-references through the bill, but I think it ought to be stated explicitly on the floor here today. What are the policy provisions, not the page and line number references, that Senator Matthews is proposing to delete with this amendment? I think it's important for the public to hear that so they know, as well as we know, exactly what we are being asked to vote on.
Senator Latz, are you asking Senator Matthews to yield for a question?
Yes, I am, Mr. President.
Senator Matthews, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Matthews, to his question.
Mr. President, members, Senator Latz, you can read through the section of the bill. We're deleting many of the sections that are in here, other than the anonymous threat reporting, including the semi-automatic bans, including the serial number portion, including the assembly and manufacture of firearm portion, the serialization of firearms, many of the sections through the extreme risk protection advancements that are in this bill, all of that, except for the anonymous threat reporting and the mental health funding and the school-linked grants I'm retaining in my amendment.
Senator Latz.
So, Mr. President, if I'm understanding this correctly, this amendment would eliminate the provision that bans the sale of new assault weapons. It would eliminate the provision that enacts limits on the number of bullets that a firearm can have attached to it in a magazine. It would eliminate funding for the Violence Prevention Project, which is research into what actually causes mass violence. It would eliminate the Red Flag Order public awareness campaign. In other words, we do not want more people to know how to get red flag orders. At least that's the proposal from Senator Matthews. It would eliminate the proposals provided by the county attorneys that are implementing these red flag orders to improve the way that the red flag order system works to be able to get those orders. It would eliminate the ban on binary triggers. Members, if you don't know what a binary trigger is, it's one that fires a bullet when you pull the trigger and when you release it. So basically, it doubles the firepower, or at least the rate of fire, of a particular firearm. It would eliminate the provision that bans ghost guns. In other words, it would allow for the continued printing on 3D printers of firearms that are untraceable when they are found at crime scenes. It would continue, it would eliminate the safe storage prohibition, Senator Limmer's provision, that would make it easier for people who are not eligible under current law from possessing firearms to be able to access those firearms in the home of someone else. It looks like it would eliminate the accidental discharge reporting, which, as I recall, I think that was a Senator Howe provision originally. I'm assuming that's also being deleted here. I haven't had a chance to cross-reference every line here. And I would assume also it's deleting the provision that modifies when firearms are permitted on school property, which I suspect expands the ability to have firearms on school property. So, would Senator Matthews yield to another question?
Senator Matthews, will you yield for another question? He will yield for another question. Senator Latz.
Mr. President, Senator Matthews, did I miss any other policy provisions in there that are being banned?
Senator Matthews, to the question.
Mr. President and Senator Latz, I'm standing by my answer with the question on here of what my amendment is seeking to do and what it's keeping in this bill.
Senator Latz.
Mr. President, I'm a bit disappointed that we are, in my interpretation, not getting a really clear answer to the question, which is why I had to go through it myself. I think it's important for the public that are watching this and for the members who will be voting on this to know exactly what this vote will do. It will gut the bill. It will absolutely gut the bill. It is an amendment that proposes to unwind the balance that's in this bill, the comprehensive nature of what's in this bill. And ironically, with regard to the red flag provisions, we heard so much from those who proclaim that they are protecting the Second Amendment that it's the people, not the guns. And while I disagree, it's the guns too. But the red flag provisions specifically address the people part of this equation, as do some of the other provisions that are in here. So it doesn't even seem to be a consistent principle being applied to this debate right now. Members, this is an amendment that ought to be defeated.
Any other discussion before we vote on the Matthews amendment? We'll let Senator Matthews have the last word before we vote. Who? Senator Swazinski, you got to stand sometime, my good friend, because you got lost there. Senator Swazinski.
Here's who I need to remind you I was standing. Thank you, Mr. President. Words. People are up in the gallery today asking us to do something beyond words. And I'm listening to my colleague, Senator Latz, be so articulate and so wise and so knowledgeable on all things legal-esque. But I rise in opposition to the amendment because the part of the bill that I am most proud of, which I'll talk later about, will try to keep guns out of our schools. And right now, principals can decide who can and can't have guns in our schools. And students and staff can leave guns on the car seat, literally, of their car, not in the trunk locked up under safe storage. And the portion of the bill that I authored came from a student in one of your high schools. And the amendment currently up right now, the Senator Matthews amendment, would rid those two provisions of this bill. So I rise in opposition to the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Matthew, you have the last word on the 850 amendment, then we'll vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I emphasize the key in this amendment is to increase the funding to our schools for school safety, and especially doubling the amount that's going to non-public schools that are in this bill. This is what has the best chance of passing this year. I'd urge members to support my amendment.
The Secretary will take the roll on the 850 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Hurd, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Pratt votes aye.
Senator Pratt votes aye.
Senator Rasmussen votes aye.
Senator Rasmussen votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Weber votes aye.
And Senator Weber votes aye. All senators having voted who desires a vote, the secretary will close the roll. There have been 33 ayes and 34 noes. The A50 amendment is not adopted. Any other amendments, members? Seeing none, the secretary will give the bill its third reading.
Senate File Number 4067, a bill for an act relating to public safety, regulating the ownership, possession, and sale of semi-automatic military assault weapons and large-capacity magazines, etc.
Third reading, Senator Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I know there's a few good parts in this bill that I'd agree with. But first, I'd just like to say that, I was on the school board for 16 years. I spent a lot of time, it happened to be at the same time Columbine happened out in Colorado. And I cannot imagine anything worse than to have one of your children suffer death by a gunshot or be wounded seriously from it. I mean, I have children myself and grandchildren, and I just don't know how I would react, but I know it would tear your heart out. So, members, I think everyone here wants to protect our schools. I don't doubt that in any way on either side of the aisle. I think the vast majority of Minnesotans want our schools protected. But, Mr. President, I would ask that Senator Mohammed, if she would yield.
Senator Mohammed, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Senator Mohammed. Yeah, one of the things I noticed, we have quite a bit more funding per pupil unit, it seems, for public schools rather than non-public schools, where we have $1 million. I don't know what the per pupil unit is about that much. Can you just address why the funding was split the way it was as far as public versus non-public?
Senator Mohammed, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Gruen. I will let Chair Kunish speak to this. She's the original author of the bill. I will also name that there are well over 800,000 students in our public schools and 80,000 students in our private schools. So per pupil for each school, it would be about the same amount of money for each school. Even in public, it would be about $1 million a year. But I'll let Senator Kunish speak to that.
Senator Gruenhagen, you have the floor, so I have to make sure that you're okay with someone else speaking. Are you okay with Senator?
Yes, I'm fine with that.
Okay, Senator Kunish.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Mohammed. Yes, as Senator Mohammed mentioned, the disproportionate amount of public school students compared to our non-public schools are quite significant. And so as we thought of opportunities to support our non-public students, we looked at what would be the best way. Constitutionally, we don't fund non-public schools, and in order to get some aid to our schools, our non-public schools, we created a grant. Just know that we don't allocate direct dollars to non-public schools. So for that reason, we created the grant that would compensate, that would allow for those schools to receive the funding for school safety. And if you do the math, depending on which schools and how many are in that district apply for the grant, it comes out to approximately the same amount as public school students would have received. And they can use them for the same reasons that our public schools are allowed to use them for. And so it was an effort for us to also recognize the fact that that we wanted to be able to support our non-public schools in this really sad, terrorizing time of gun violence in our state and across our country.
Senator Gruenhagen, you have the floor.
Oh, thank you for that response, Senator Kunish. And yeah, I'm glad to see, according to your comments, that the non-public schools got an equal per pupil funding, or approximately equal. because I want all children protected. Okay, I'm sure you do too. You know, the other thing that I am thankful for the mental health grants that are in the bill. I do think there is a missing ingredient, though, Mr. President. You know, when I was on the school board, one of the things I studied was the use of psychotropic drugs on minor children. And the more I studied it, I read several books, one of which is written by the former president of the American Psychological Association, Destructive Trends in Mental Health, The Well-Intentioned Path to Harm. And in there, I would recommend everyone to read that. There's a number of psychiatrists that wrote chapters in there. They talk about the negative consequences of long-term psychotropic use on minor children and some of the consequences that come out of that. Later on in 2019, I wrote an article in the Minnesota Physician with a Dr. Chris Foley. Dr. Chris Foley was, in addition to being an expert on the use of drugs, psychotropic drugs, he also was a lecturer at the University of Minnesota. And I'll just read a couple quotes from him in terms of using psychotropic drugs on children.
Senator Gruenhagen, as you know, that we, even though it's third reading, I try to give people as much latitude as possible. But remember how we talked about the fact that we want to make sure we have a narrow argument based on the bill.
Yep.
It sort of sounds like to me, unless you can tell me, but it sounds like to me that we're going a little more far afoot. Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, Mr. President, this is mental health. That's what I'm talking about, and that's what's in this bill. I got 1,930,000, and I think this perspective needs to be shared as far as mental health on minor children. And it'll just take me a couple of minutes. Again, I'm quoting Dr. Chris Foley, an expert in this particular area. He talks about Prozac, Zoloft, and a number of other psychotropic drugs. You can find this article online, by the way. He says, in fact, they have very little scientific basis for their action. They are routinely given for anxiety, depression, particularly for children who suffer various types of post-traumatic stress disorder. He goes on to say there is very little validity evidence that they are safe or effective for children. In fact, on the box warning, it says using them on children, you can create both homicidal and suicidal ideations on several of these drugs that are commonly used, especially when they go beyond 6 months. He concludes by saying a recent expose disclosed that a majority of mass shootings have been perpetrated by individuals taking these drugs. The breathtaking element here is the lack of scientific scrutiny for safety, efficacy, particularly when given as a long-term basis, more than 6 months. You know, if we look at the terrible tragedy last summer, we see that the shooter wrote a manifesto. And in that manifesto, he basically said what effed up his mind. This is his quote. He said, weed, being marijuana, and the transgender issue effed up his mind. And I think that's some of the stuff that we need to realize, that when we use these cross-sex hormones, puberty blockers, psychotropic drugs on children, we can create suicidal and homicidal effect. And that needs to be addressed in any school safety program. And it's glaringly excluded from this bill. It goes after Second Amendment gun rights, but it does nothing to the use of psychotropic drugs on children. So, members, I really believe, oh, by the way, I have a independent pharmacist who's a strong supporter of mine, and I had her send the latest warnings on these drugs as far as children, and basically it said the same thing that Dr. Chris Foley said. So, members, we're not solving the problem. That's what I'm trying to get at. This bill looks at the gun and ammunition rather than addressing what is causing homicidal and suicidal attitudes in our children. we're way going over bounds in our school district by using this on the children. So members, with that, at this point, I'm going to be a no on the bill. I would sincerely appreciate if the author addressed this particular area, which is, I believe, the root cause of a lot of the mass shootings and violence that we've seen, especially the transgender issue, which across this nation has become a very concerning procedure on children, minor children. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Bowden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to also thank the good senator from Minneapolis, for the author of this bill, for all of the work that she has done over many months to get us to this point and to put together this comprehensive bill, which takes into account all of the ways that we need to come at this issue. I also want to especially thank the folks in the gallery today, advocates who have been working on this issue for years, and in particular, the families who have been through unthinkable tragedies and who have been asking us since then, through their grief, as they are navigating their own trauma and grief, they have been coming to us and asking us to take action. They have done that through letters and emails and meetings with most, if not all of us, through events in the Capitol. I think back to a few weeks ago when we had many of the kids from the Annunciation School and Church who were here singing in the rotunda. And one of the songs that really got to me was about being brave. And as I think about what it means to be brave, I think about the kids of Annunciation and kids all over our state who have been traumatized by gun violence. That is a reality in their lives. And they are being brave. And we should be brave too. They are asking us to take action, and we have it in our power to do that. There are people all over the state who wish they could do more. We have the ability today to do more. And with this bill, we will save lives. It is impossible to take action on gun violence without addressing guns. Gun violence is the #1 killer of kids. We have a responsibility to do something about that, and we have the opportunity to do something about that. So I am an enthusiastic yes on this bill and hope to see it passed into law.
Senator Swazinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's two provisions in this bill that I'm pretty proud of amongst everything in it. And one is current law allows our principals to decide who can and can't carry firearms into our school facilities. And I've got a letter in front of me from the Minnesota Elementary School Principals Association and from the Minnesota Association of Secondary School Principals that both are saying, please take this responsibility away from us. I don't know the last time the principals asked us to take something off their plate, so to speak. The other provision in the bill that I'm proud of is firearms must be kept safe and secure and out of sight when they're in a car. And those ideas came from a student in one of our schools. I was just telling somebody behind me that for 10 years I've been this conversation, this discussion. I feel like I get kicked in the stomach every single time. Ronald Reagan talked about mourning in America, and I think for decades now, how can we have mourning in America when almost weekly we're mourning in America over another child being taken senselessly in firearms and gun violence? As many of you already know and have already said on the floor, the #1 cause of death. The #1 cause of death in this great and wonderful country for our young people is firearms. And, secondhand smoke killed people, and we saw fit. And tamper-resistant lids on our Tylenol, and we saw fit. And seat belts we saw fit. And switchblades, for God's sake. We banned switchblades almost over 60 years ago because they were not safe. And yet, every day, here we sit. Once a year, I feel like I give this speech on the floor. But one thing I've never shared with you is about 6 years ago, right where that cameraman is, a former student was standing up there. And he was trying to get my attention, and finally he got it, and I look up at him, and I wave, and he waves back, and he meets me out this door after we adjourned. And we chatted briefly, and we said, we had both agreed, let's have coffee someday. Let's get together. And one day, sitting in this very chamber, I got a text from a colleague of mine that said he bought a gun and he took his life. And I don't remember which text, if it was before or after that text, but on that very same day, I got a text telling us there was another mass shooting today in a place I'd never heard of called Parkland. In one day, I saw firsthand the firearm damage being done to our youth. Again, we should be coming home from war and battle with post-traumatic stress and not coming home from school with post-traumatic stress. Our children shouldn't have that easy access to firearms so that when they're having a bad day, whatever that might be from, that they can make that instantaneous decision to end this wonderful experience we all call life. FDR, in the 1930s, at the height of all the hellacious things happening on the planet Earth and all the isms that were driving us all down, he said that the purpose of democracy, or republic, whatever you want to call us, was to guarantee 4 basic freedoms. And among those freedoms were freedom of speech and freedom of worship and freedom from want, and lastly, freedom from fear. Freedom from fear. Our kids are hurting. And I don't want this session to end where when we go door knocking and our constituents look up at us and go, hey, what did you do this year to keep my son safe at school? Or what did you do this year to keep my cousin safe from his suicidal ideations? I don't want to have to look at them in the eyes and go, we tried, we just couldn't do it. Our kids are losing confidence in us. They're in disbelief. They're discontented. They're in doubt over us not being able to do anything. For too many of us, our young children, this thing I used to love teaching, the American dream. The American dream. This is an amazing country where we get to dream about our future. For far too many of our young people, the American dream has become a national nightmare. I don't know what you think, how this is going to play out during this semi-quincentennial. 250 years from now, will they look at this period as a period where we all got together and we were awakened by an issue that we could all be bipartisan and sit on the same side of the fence and all agree that our children's lives are precious? Or will 250 years from now, they'll look at this period and just go, it was a time of discontent. It was one of those times that try men's souls. I don't know. All I know is I hope this session we finally do one thing, so that when we go door knocking and that constituent looks at us and says, what'd you do this session? Hopefully we'll be able to answer, we did this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, just as a gentle reminder, we now still have 15 people on the list. I am now going to Senator Clark.
Thank you, Mr. President. This comprehensive plan makes Minnesota safer. This work, led by the good senator from Minneapolis, helps protect our schools, our parks, and our streets. And much too often we've seen the harms of us doing nothing. We all know and can remember and have seen the images that haunt us. For me, it's the picture of the mom sprinting down the street with her shoes in her hands, as she sprints towards Annunciation, that sticks in my mind and haunts me. I'd like to say I could never imagine this happening to me, but I know that each of us can, and I know that I can. But I'm proud of this bill. I'm proud that this bill, this comprehensive bill, makes Minnesota streets safer, makes Minnesota safer. To the families, thank you for being here, and I'm so sorry that you have to be here. Society and government failed you, but today we take a step with this comprehensive bill to make Minnesota safer. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I rise today with a heavy heart, but a clear sense of purpose. I want to thank our good friend, Senator Mohammed, for this bill, but I especially want to thank her for all the care and love and all the hard work she did in the aftermath of the tragedy on August 27th. She was fully present, and her work did not go unnoticed by many who are so grateful. Members, we are not debating an abstraction. We're debating what happened that day, August 27th, at Annunciation. August 27th happens to be my birthday, also Senator Port's. Annunciation is a place of worship, a place of learning, a place where children gathered on the first days of a new year full of hope. And in a matter of minutes, that hope was shattered. 2 children, 8 years old, 10 years old, were killed. Dozens more were injured, most of them children members, shot while praying, while sitting beside their classmates, while trusting the adults and the world around them to keep them safe. Members, I want us to sit with that for just a moment, because in this chamber, too often, we move quickly past the human reality. We turn to talking points. We turn to abstractions such as policy, rights, process, but there's nothing abstract about a parent running toward a school not knowing if their child is alive. There's nothing abstract about a child learning in an instant what gunfire sounds like. There's nothing abstract about an empty seat at a dinner table. In the days and weeks after that tragedy, we heard from parents who were brave, grieving, asking us a simple, devastating question: does our testimony about our daughter's death even matter? Members, how we vote on this bill is our answer. We also heard from other parents trying to make sense of the senseless. As Nicole Russell reflected in the aftermath of school violence, we are asking our children to practice for their own deaths. In another piece, a parent wrote in the paper of the lasting trauma: the shooting doesn't end when the sirens stop. It follows our children home, into their sleep, into their sense of safety. Members, this is the lived reality of families across our state. We have heard arguments in this chamber. We have heard that these are weapons in common use and therefore beyond the reach of reasonable regulation, but we should be very clear. The weapons designed to fire rounds rapidly with devastating force into a crowd of human beings, into a church, into a classroom, are not protected from regulation simply because they are widespread. They are widespread because we have failed to regulate them. And as parents have so powerfully reminded us, no parent should have to bury their child because of our inaction. The Constitution does not require us to stand idly by while children are slaughtered. The public, our constituents, retain the authority and that intended responsibility to regulate particularly dangerous weapons in the interest of public safety. That is the very essence of self-governance. We have heard that these bills will not stop every act of violence, which is true. No single law will. But that is not the standard we apply anywhere else in matters of public policy. We regulate cars, not because we can prevent every crash, but because we can reduce harm. We regulate pharmaceuticals, not because we can prevent every misuse, but because we can save lives. We build guardrails, we set standards, and we take responsibility, and here is where the stakes are measured in the lives of children. We are told to do nothing because we cannot do everything. That is not acceptable. We have heard that this is about law-abiding gun owners,
This is about keeping weapons of war out of places where they do not belong. This is about ensuring that when someone shows signs of danger, there are tools to intervene. This is about safe storage, that when someone shows that in a moment of crisis, it does not become a lifetime of grief. And it's about accountability for ourselves. Members, I do not want to hear again from those parents that we have not acted. They've described the moments no one should ever have to live through. There is no moving on, they tell us. There is only learning to live with what has been taken. And still they came forward and they testified and they asked us to act. We cannot undo what happened on August 27th, but we can decide what happens next. We can decide if this chamber will be a place of courage or a place of excuses. We can decide whether we will honor those families with our action. Members, I'm reminded of the true heroes in this story, the young people and teachers who shielded their friends, younger students, with their bodies. Victor, who shielded Weston. They are the heroes. We have the opportunity to do something now to honor and respect and uphold that heroism, because I believe we can, I believe we must, and I believe this bill, which is a package of gun violence prevention measures, is meaningful, responsible, and constitutionally sound towards a safer Minnesota. So I'll wrap up with this. Vote for the children who walked into that church and never walked out, who were the heroes in their lives and the heroes for our whole community, for the parents who had to hear the worst words a parent can hear. Vote for the communities across our state who are tired of living with this fear, and vote not out of politics, but out of conscience. Let us show that we can answer that question, that their children's lives do matter, and that we will not look away. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Johnson Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've taught at the University of Minnesota for almost 30 years. Every year, the university staff and students have to take gun violence training. And we are taught that if there's an active shooter, we must first run. If we can't run, we must hide. And if we can't hide, we must fight. And this is a reality. We have to take this training. I taught for well over 10 years on the 4th floor of Brunick's Hall at 6 o'clock at night. And every night, on Monday nights, every time I'd go in that classroom, I took a big 3-inch binder and I set it down by the floor at the door, because that classroom I was in was at the end of a dead end, and I had to figure out a way to keep the door shut if there was an active shooter. That is a true story. And I thought often about the accordion wall between my classroom and the classroom behind me, and on purpose, I taught on the other side. This should not be my reality. It should not be the reality of our college students, of our college teachers. It shouldn't be the reality of our churchgoers, of our children. It should not be our reality. But it is. So today, we have a chance to do something in Minnesota, and I'm happy to support this bill. We have invited the Annunciation parents to our church twice to talk about their experiences and how the shooting in August impacted their faith and their families. We've had them talk for almost 2 hours one night, just sharing their stories, which will stay with me forever. One of the parents, Dan Manchin, came and talked about his family, and coincidentally, an article he wrote has been published by the Star Tribune today. He writes, "No single policy will end gun violence. There are many proven measures that together can make a real difference." He also notes that preventing gun violence requires a layered approach. Things like anonymous reporting systems and social media monitoring and red flag laws. I believe that this bill, and I thank my colleague Senator Mohammed and others for putting together one that provides a variety of measures that will make a difference in reducing gun violence. But he also notes that we must find ways to reduce harm when prevention fails. He writes, and I agree, limiting high-capacity magazines can slow shooters down. creating critical moments for people to escape and for law enforcement to respond. Restricting access to assault-style weapons, which are designed for rapid, high-volume fire, can further reduce the scale and damage and loss of life when these shootings occur. The Annunciation shooter shot 116 bullets, 116 bullets in less than 2 minutes. That's almost once a second, and it's altogether too much by any standard. Weapons designed for rapid, high-volume fire have one purpose: to kill as many people as quickly and as effectively as possible. This comprehensive ban addresses these weapons to remove them from our communities. This bill also wisely expands access to mental health care across our state. It provides early intervention strategies and crisis response systems. I'm proud to have voted for mental health aspects many times in my service here, and it's part of the answer to a holistic approach to reducing gun violence. I am proud to vote yes on this bill today, and I'm proud to stand with Annunciation parents and all people who have been touched by gun violence. Members, please vote yes.
Senator Klein.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And I want to honor the people who are with us, as others have in the gallery today, those watching on television, and to acknowledge the year that Minnesota has been through and Minnesotans have endured. Unthinkable had we described it a year ago. This compilation, Mr. President, is the most significant and moving document that I've ever had on my Senate desk, and each page of it compels us to action. But members, we don't even need to look to the galleries or to the people across our state for the human experience of what this issue, gun violence, has meant. We have with us in our chamber a friend, Senator John Hoffman, who can speak to what this means, his wife Yvette, his daughter Hope. And the work we do today honors them and their experience and works to ensure it will not happen to another one of our dear friends. These human stories are a grim reflection of the cruel statistic that gun violence is still the #1 killer of children in our nation. I've worked for 35 years in hospital medicine. I am an internal medicine physician, but we have on our desks a letter from my good friends and colleagues from Hennepin County Medical Center who are more close to the front lines of this than I am. And they tell us through lived experience we can definitively say that injuries from these weapons are more severe than other types of firearms. These weapons, by design, destroy body tissue beyond recognition. The pain and trauma these weapons devastate not only victims and their communities, but also the first responders and healthcare teams who work to save their lives, and when that work is unsuccessful, sit with the families as they grieve. We do this for our healthcare friends across the state of Minnesota. Mr. President, I want to call out one good friend of mine among the heroic advocates that are with us today and have worked this issue for the years that I've been here. I have a good friend, Michael Orange, a veteran of the Vietnam War. As a young man, he spent a year in Vietnam as a Marine, and his wife, Cynthia Orange. And he has transformed that trauma, that lifelong trauma of experience that he had in the Vietnam War, into advocacy for this legislation that is before us today. He has done it with heart, he has done it with hope, and he has done it with faith. I honor that faith today. This bill, compiled by Senator Zainab Mohammed, provides solutions that deal with prevention, safe storage, intervention, reporting, harm reduction. I honor that work, and I urge a yes vote.
Senator Latz.
Mr. President, Red Lake, Rocori High School, Annunciation, Minnesota mass shootings in our schools. Here we go again. We're back trying to pass public policy to prevent these tragedies. or at least to reduce the fatalities that result when firearms are used. And so often we are told, now's not the time to act because emotions are too high. That's what we hear in the immediate aftermath. And then when emotions supposedly calm down a bit, we've got a chance to have some rational thought, to come up with ideas, to put pen to paper, make a list of ways we can respond. Then we're told, no, we really don't need to do that. Senator Mohammed and I convened a working group last September in response to the Annunciation shooting on the heels of the legislative shootings in June. We were told then those who opposed these changes didn't have time to consider what steps to take. I don't know, it took me all of 5 minutes to sit down and write out a list of steps that we could take. So it really wasn't about whether or not there was sufficient time. And we get here today now. We're almost a year after the legislative shootings and 10 months after Annunciation, and there's been plenty of time. Plenty of time to think about what steps we can take, plenty of time to look at the research, which is indisputable, about what steps can reduce firearm fatalities and loss. Homicides and suicides. And we have what's in front of us here today. Pretty comprehensive approach, a pretty well-balanced approach, an evidence-based approach. And I will remind members it's not just about suicide or homicides, it's about suicides too. Because access to firearms can turn a momentary emotional crisis into, as we've already heard, a lifetime of grieving and a tragic loss. We saw that in the data when the federal firearm or assault weapons ban was enacted, lasted for 10 years, then it expired, and while it was in effect, we saw a reduction in assault weapon and firearm deaths, and when it expired, we saw an increase. We've seen it around the country historically with the red flag laws, where they had 11 to 14% reduction in suicide rates in states that have them. The data is unmistakable, and we can look now at the over 400 uses of the red flag law in Minnesota, and we can identify many cases where people are still alive because they were separated from their firearms at a time when they were not in a position to safely have access to them. Also remind people that the greatest cause of death in Minnesota by firearms, it's not homicide, actually, it's suicide, and most of that's in greater Minnesota, and it's white middle-aged males. But it's also our youth who have easier access to firearms. What's particularly troubling to me is that the A50 amendment, when it was offered, and even upon some questioning, was not thoroughly described as to what it was doing. The attempt was to bring it back to focusing on safety in the schools, but most of the provisions in the A50 amendment were deleting this and deleting that. So I'm just going to remind members, those who voted for the A50 amendment, you voted to keep firearms more easily accessible to convicted violent felonies living with an eligible person. You voted to allow more 3D printing of untraceable guns. You voted to allow the doubling of the rate of fire for binary triggers. You voted to continue the sale of weapons of war, assault weapons, in Minnesota. You voted to allow unlimited bullet capacity for firearms, increasing the ability to kill more people more quickly rather than at least interrupting the carnage for a moment to reload when perhaps that carnage can be stopped. You voted to allow loose and unsafe storage of guns on school property. And incomprehensibly, you voted to not fund research on how to prevent violent crime. You voted to stop, or at least not fund, the research on how to stop violent crime. Why would you not want to know what it is that causes violent crime? What's going on in the heads of the youth or the adults that are committing these offenses? How are they accessing the firearms that they use to commit those violent crimes? Don't you want to know? Or is this all about virtue signaling? Members, we can do better than the A50 amendment. We soundly or wisely rejected that. And the public will understand who voted for what in that A50 amendment. And the public will know who votes for Senate File 4067, Senator Mohammed's very wisely put together comprehensive package to reduce gun violence in Minnesota. The public deserves to know. And the people that we represent deserve us to try to protect them from those who would do harm to themselves or to others. Let's do that today. Let's stand up, find the internal courage, personal or political courage, to do the right thing here today and vote green on this bill.
Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is long overdue, not just for Harper and Fletcher's families, but for so many other families year after year, week after week, day after day, who are dying by unnecessary gun violence. Some of us have been working for many years trying to ban the sale of assault weapons, large capacity magazines, other safety measures. Senator Mohammed has a package put together not just addressing some of those important safety measures, but also addressing mental health and other concerns. Pleased that she put together such a good bill and is getting it this far in the process. And we know, despite what some people tell you, gun regulations save lives. No state in this country has what we might call strict gun laws, but the states that have stronger gun regulations have a death rate from gun deaths less than half, significantly less than half the states that have no gun laws, even though the states with no gun laws are the small, rural states with low populations, and the ones that have the stronger gun laws have the big, dangerous cities in them. The death toll, because of some of the simple gun regulations that some states have, reduces the death toll from all gun deaths by more than half, easily more than half. And this is long overdue. The day after the Annunciation shootings in Minneapolis City Hall, there was a news conference to address this. Standing on the stairwell, there was a woman holding a sign that said, "Our kids need to hide behind their desks because our politicians are hiding behind theirs." It's finally time for the Minnesota Senate to go on record and take these weapons of war from our schools, our communities, our streets, and help make us a safer society. This bill won't solve everything, but it will reduce gun violence. It will reduce the number of families who are grieving their lost loved ones. Thank you for your support for the bill.
Senator Umu Verbatim.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we've heard from many folks today, gun violence is the leading cause of death for children and teens in the United States. And I want to make sure we talk about the racial disparities here because they are also very stark. The BCA showed us that in the years 2021 through 2023, Around 44% of the state's gun violence victims were black. And while black people make up only 7.6% of the state's population, we are overrepresented in those deaths. And in 2023, roughly 79% of Minneapolis shooting victims were black. That percentage was even higher at 89% for juvenile shooting victims. Our kids are dying. Today, we have an opportunity to take action to stop that. And we have this really comprehensive package before us. We are keeping dangerous weapons off the streets. We're investing in mental health, intervention, prevention, protecting schools, protecting public spaces, enhancing safety laws, and responsible ownership. And Senator Mohammed said this so beautifully in the beginning. We don't have to make a choice. We can do both. We can vote for all of the above. You know, as I'm voting today, this takes me back to the day of the Annunciation shooting. And that was just 2 weeks after I gave birth to my son, Leo. And I think, like so many parents, I felt this shock and sadness and anger. I was, freshly postpartum, so I think already just feeling really sad. And just remember kind of hugging and crying and holding my son, and I couldn't stop thinking about Jackie Flavin and Mike Moisky, Molly and Jesse Merkel, and what they were going through as parents. It's unspeakable. And we can prevent that. Like Senator Mohammed also said, we're part of this generation that had to worry about mass school shootings. We had to do the drills in school. We grew up through Columbine, through Sandy Hook, through Parkland, through Uvalde. And in that moment, I remember thinking, I've been dealing with this my whole life, seeing this as a child, as a student, and now I'm a parent. And I still have those same worries for my son. I want to end by sharing something that I go to when I feel hopeless, and this was prior to the shooting. It's a speech that just has always given me a lot of hope. It was from the 2019 Moms Demand Action Conference. And Brenda Moss, who is a survivor and a fierce advocate for gun violence prevention, she got up to speak. This was just after they had learned about the El Paso shooting. And she said, "Am I mad? Yes. Will I cry? Absolutely. But will I stop? No. We don't give up when it gets hard. We fight." And that's what we have an opportunity to do today, members. Vote yes.
Senator Seeberger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank the bill author for all her work on this issue and her willingness to listen to my concerns, to ideas of others, and to constantly work to make this bill better. No one wants anyone to die as a result of gun violence. I don't care if there's a D after your name, an R after your name, an I after your name, nothing after your name. Nobody wants anyone to die of gun violence. And there are some good provisions in this bill. We have grants for mental health appropriation. We have school safety aid. We have the anonymous reporting system requirement. We have violence prevention research. We have a reenactment of the binary trigger ban. We have reporting requiring on accidental discharges of firearms by peace officers. There's a lot of good stuff in this bill. The troubling part is the firearm ban. Half of the members of this chamber believe deeply that a ban on these types of firearms is needed to save lives. Half of the members of this chamber believes deeply that this kind of a ban will not protect anyone. This fundamental disagreement on how we save lives represents the divide on this issue, not only in my district, but throughout the state of Minnesota. Nobody in the state of Minnesota, nobody in my district, nobody in this chamber wants to see another innocent life lost because a firearm got in the wrong hands of the wrong person. Where we disagree is on how we do that. Mr. President, I will be a yes on this bill because we need to do something, but I am disappointed that this has become a partisan issue used by both sides to advance their aims in an election year. I spent the interim, Mr. President, meeting with folks to learn more about what we can do to solve the problem of keeping the guns out of the hands of the wrong people. I met with gun owners. I met with firearm dealers. I met with gun rights advocates. I met with gun violence prevention advocates. I met with constituents. I met with public safety officials. I met with other legislators in both bodies and on both sides of the aisle. And I want to thank them for their efforts and their work on this issue. Our conversations were genuine. Our work was from the heart. We put politics aside, and we sat down and we said, how do we solve this problem? And after hours of work, one of my colleagues and friends sat back and said, this is a really tough issue to solve. Mr. President, if there was a single answer, somebody would have done that already. This is a complex problem. I am committed to the goal of preventing further violence without hamstringing the rights of lawful gun owners like myself. Because that's what we're doing, Mr. President. When it comes to banning weapons that possess certain features, that's what we're doing. A barrel shroud does not make a rifle any more dangerous than a rifle without a barrel shroud. Calling them weapons of war is disingenuous. Making up terms like assault weapons doesn't help us advance the real issues that we need to look at to keep people safe in the state of Minnesota. It's frustrating to me on this issues and many others that we see in the legislature here that people who don't fully understand the issue try to make policy on that issue. And I see that happening here. I had a conversation with one of my colleagues on this issue, and that person said to me, I really don't understand guns, but I'm going to vote for the ban. And I said, how can you do that if you don't understand the issue? It's troubling to me that people don't take the time to understand an issue, particularly an issue as important as this one, before submitting their vote on the issue. I remain committed to engage on this issue, to continue to talk to all stakeholders, to bridge the partisan divide, and to develop a workable solution. Mr. President, I'll be a yes on this bill because it contains many good provisions and we must do something. But I look forward to working with the bill author, with my colleagues in the legislature, and with stakeholders to continue the discussion, to continue to find solutions, to continue the work that I engaged in all during the interim, so that no one else in the state of Minnesota must suffer from the effects of gun violence. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hochschild.
Thank you, Mr. President. Regret, guilt, shame, remorse. I have 100 words to describe the way that I've been feeling since last summer's shootings. You see, I grew up around guns. I got them as birthday presents. I'd spend every weekend going trap shooting with my grandpa and my mom and my stepdad. I mean, I have guns hanging on my wall, 6 of them in my boyhood home. I was just home for my grandpa's funeral. They're still there, hanging on my wall. I used to go hunting with my family. I cherish those memories with them. I represent the most rural district in the state of Minnesota. I represent the Northwoods, for God's sakes. That's why I felt so conflicted on this issue since last summer, and the compounding violence that we continue to see in this state. From the shooting of Melissa Hortman and her husband in their home, to our good friend John Hoffman and his wife and daughter, to the federal overreach that occurred in our streets and innocent lives that have been lost. That's the conflict that has been inside of me. After the Annunciation shooting, my mom called me. She told me that my 8 and 5-year-old cousins were there at Annunciation. I talked to their mom, my cousin Rachel. She told me the story about how her son apologized to her for tripping while running down the stairs so as not to get shot. Apologized to his own parents for not running fast enough away from the bullets. Think about that. This is the same family that grew up hunting with me, the same family that cherishes their guns. And they have faced this catastrophe. Regret, guilt, and shame, remorse. It shouldn't take a personal experience that I have in order for me to have the courage to do something. But that's the reality that I'm living with. That it took a personal experience for me to have the courage to do something. But families across the country have been dealing with gun violence, with school shootings, with mass shootings, with political violence for decades. And politicians continue to do nothing in the face of this violence. We can and we should do something. It's not going to fix everything. It's not going to solve all the issues. It's not a silver bullet, forgive my pun, for solving these issues, but it's something. It moves us in the direction of saving kids' lives. I have a 6-year-old and a 4-year-old myself. One of the hardest things that I had to do was talk to my kids after I had a friend and colleague who was shot inside her home. After I had a friend who survived a shooting inside his home because he saw the news, he saw my wife and I's reaction. We had to tell him, right? But how do you have that conversation with a 5-year-old who sees guns on TV and in video games and sees that they're kind of fun, who knows that I have guns in Grandpa and Grandma's home that are hanging on the wall? How do I have that conversation? And then, how do I follow up that conversation with him after an Annunciation shooting where his own cousins were shot at? How do you have that conversation with your kid? It's not the way the world should be, but it's the reality that we live in. And I refuse to have another conversation with my kids if I don't do something more. I refuse it because I can't look them in the eye and not do something. Look, I said it before, but I represent the most rural district in the state. I represent northern Minnesota. I have a responsibility and a commitment to my constituents who cherish their guns, who cherish their outdoor recreation, who cherish the hunting that they do with their kids and grandkids. And I know that my constituents, just like me and my family, are responsible gun owners and want nothing more than for their kids and young people to be safe. And that's why I've worked with Senator Muhammad, the author on this bill, to make this bill work for constituents like mine. We raised the magazine threshold so that it doesn't capture some commonly used handguns. We focused the restrictions on the point of sale so that future sales don't happen, but that existing gun owners don't get impacted. We scaled back so that local law enforcement, who I had many conversations with, don't be put in the impossible position to go inside someone's home and confiscate the guns. That is the common sense work that I did with Senator Muhammad. And there is absolutely no reason why someone in this body can't support this package that addresses gun safety, that addresses school safety funding, that addresses mental health. How many times have we heard it that we have to address mental health, we have to address school safety, we have to look at a holistic approach? That's what this bill does, and it's a common sense way to do it that I've had my eye on with the author. Because I made one thing clear. If we're going to do this, it has to be a package that actually addresses the issue and actually takes a holistic approach to violence that we are seeing far too often in our communities. You know, in 2023, we did some gun safety legislation as well. We passed a red flag law. Not a single person across the aisle joined us on that legislation. And I will tell you, it saved lives. It saved lives in my community. There was a gentleman in a bar threatening to shoot up a local school in Duluth. And the red flag was raised by an individual who overheard it, and those kids' lives were saved. This work matters. Kids' lives are saved when we make the tough political decisions to take a stand and demand that we can do better. I'm asking my colleagues across the aisle, if I can do it, then you should too. You should too, because we know that lives can be saved. So, Mr. President, I will never forget the feeling of having that conversation with my kids, not once, not twice, but 3 times now. And I will never do it again until I take action. So please, colleagues, I am begging you, join us in this effort, do the right thing, let's address gun violence and make sure that not another kid is impacted by gun violence in the state of Minnesota. Thank you.
Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, one of the things we need to do here is, in our jobs representing the people of Minnesota, is to pursue truth. As we look at this bill, I think Senator Seeberger outlined it properly. About half of our body believes we need to focus on the guns, and the other half thinks we need to focus on the people and their behaviors. One of those approaches might be the right one. The one we have before us is not. Mr. President, I wonder if the author of the bill would yield for some questions.
Senator Muhammad, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Muhammad, in the bill you redefine semi-automatic military assault rifles. Page 8 of the bill, added to the category is a rifle with a pistol grip or thumbhole stock. How is outlawing that type of rifle going to make anyone safer? How are less people going to be killed by bad people because that one is no longer allowed?
Senator Muhammad, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Jaskowski. The bill outlines number of things when it comes to semi-automatic rifles, whether it has the capacity to accept detachable magazines. There are certain, I think you're referring to line 8.21, is that correct, Senator Drazkowski?
Senator Drazkowski, that's a question for you. Senator Drazkowski.
It doesn't work that way, Mr. President.
A person can ask you a question, but if you don't want to answer it, Senator Mohammed.
Senator, Mr. President, I'm asking a question to understand which line of the bill he's referring to.
Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Mohammed, 8.3 on the bill. If you are in your bill, and if this passes into law, which I don't think it's going to, this is simply a political statement that far left-leaning people have, and they want to make in a bill before us in the Minnesota Senate today. 8.3 on the bill says that a semi-auto rifle that has a capacity to accept a detachable magazine and has one or more of the following. The first one listed is a pistol grip or thumb hole stock. So, Mr. President, Senator Mohammed, if people in Minnesota can no longer own a semi-automatic rifle with a pistol grip or thumb hole stock, how is that going to reduce school shootings?
Senator Mohammed, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Drazkowski, for that question, Senator Drazkowski. I think if you've done your study, you would know that when there was a federal ban on semi-automatic weapons, that mass shootings went down massively. We know that other states that have passed a similar bill to this have less mass shootings in their states. We also understand that we have to do everything in our power to make sure that this doesn't happen in our communities. In the case of Annunciation, the shooter used this type of weapon and shot 116 bullets in under 2 minutes. I think it's important for us to reform our gun laws and do what we can to make sure that we uphold the culture of Minnesotans while keeping our children safe. That is what this bill does.
Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Mohammed continue to yield?
Senator Mohammed, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Drazkowski.
Senator Mohammed, similar question. If we outlaw a semi-automatic rifle that has any feature capable of functioning as a protruding grip that can be held by the non-trigger hand, how does outlawing one feature like that on a semi-automatic rifle make kids safer?
Senator Mohammed, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Drazkowski. You're reading line 8.24, any feature capable of functioning as protruding grip that can be held by non-triggering hand. And then it goes on to also say a folding telescope. So if it has any of those, we know that it keeps kids safe. Your regular, typical gun that you use, which is, if it's not an assault rifle, you don't need a protruding grip.
Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Mohammed yield again?
Senator Mohammed, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Mohammed, on line 8.7 through 8.9 of the bill, it says a semi-automatic rifle that has capacity to accept a detachable magazine has one or more of the following. In 8.7 to 8.9, it says a shroud attached to the barrel or that partially or completely encircles the barrel, allowing the bearer to hold the firearm with the non-trigger hand without being burned, but excluding a slide that encloses the barrel. How is outlawing a particular feature over the top of a barrel of a rifle going to make kids safer?
Senator Mohammed, to the question.
Senator Drazkowski, Mr. President, thank you. Senator Drazkowski, if you want to go word for word on the definition, where we define what semi-automatic weapon is or high capacity is, we can do that. I think you and I understand the intent of the bill and what exactly we're trying to do. We know that the type of gun that was used at Annunciation is not safe to keep in our communities. It does not belong in our streets, and that's what we're trying to do here.
Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Mohammed. Senator Mohammed, I take it you probably don't know a lot about guns, is what I gather from your question. And I would encourage you and other liberals in our body to maybe join some of the conservatives someday.
Senator Jaskowski, all comments must come through the president and not to talk to her directly. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would encourage members who don't know a lot about guns to learn more about them, become familiar with them, and you will avoid bills like this that simply get rid of features on a gun and outlaw features on a gun that make it look different. All these things do here in lines 8.3 through 8.9, Mr. President, is some people think they look really scary. Functionally, it does nothing. There's all kinds of, if Democrats are going to outlaw guns, aren't you going to outlaw all rifles? Because you could put these types of attachments or features on every single rifle in Minnesota today. The vast majority of which are not outlawed by this particular bill. If you really think that guns get up and jump off of that table and shoot people, because they don't, then you should simply outlaw all rifles. Why aren't all rifles outlawed in here? This simply does not make sense to me. Mr. President, we need to pursue truth. Truth is that guns don't kill people. Bad people kill people. Whether they use guns or knives or cars or poisons or any other method that they want to use. The sinister and evil that come from people who are sometimes possessed, as Senator Gruenhagen was talking about, by mental health issues, cannot be overcome by outlawing particular features on guns by law-abiding Minnesotans. We need to pursue truth. The truth is that it's been against the law to kill people with a firearm longer than anybody here has been alive. It's against the law, and that person who wants to break into a school or a business or any other place and has already many times determined that they're going to die there, if they don't follow that law, Mr. President, how are they going to follow any of these laws that we have in here? The only ones who are going to follow these laws are the people who follow the rest of them, including the one that says you shouldn't kill people. Those are the people that are going to follow these laws. The bad people are still going to be bad, or they're still going to be mentally possessed. Our focus is on the wrong place. The Annunciation shooter had 3 different firearms with him that day. An AR-15, that's one of these scary-looking rifles that the people who are ginning up fear in this state by saying that firearms are somehow going to jump up and kill people simply because they look different. Had an AR-15, a 12-gauge Mossberg pump, and a 9mm Taurus pistol. I'm curious, and I won't ask the author, Mr. President, but I'm curious, if indeed it's outlawing guns we need to do, why aren't the 12-gauge pump and the Taurus pistol in this prohibition ban that you've got here? Why isn't the author, why aren't Democrats outlawing those guns? You're picking the one that happens to look scary, because you are scaring people around this issue. Instead of scaring people, maybe we should bring forward a solution that will actually help solve the problem. because this one does not. So, Mr. President, the Buffalo, New York supermarket attacker in 2022 said in his manifesto, areas where concealed carry weapon permits are outlawed or prohibited may be a good area of attack. Maybe we need to listen to and read what these possessed, evil people say, because they're following through on what they're doing, Mr. President. Maybe we need to figure out what the people are doing and why they're doing it, instead of putting prohibitions in law that will do nothing but ensnare law-abiding good guys and good gals with guns. Mr. President, the Nashville Covenant School shooter admitted she avoided another site because it had too much security. There was another location that was mentioned, but because of a threat assessment by the suspect of too much security, they decided not to, the Nashville police chief said. Mr. President, at the Annunciation school shooting, the shooter said in his manifesto, I recently heard a rumor that James Holmes, the Aurora Theater shooter, may have chosen venues that were, quote, gun-free zones. I would probably aim the same way, he said. Holmes wanted to make sure his victims would be unarmed. That's why I and many others like school so much. At least for me, I am focused on them. Adam Lanza is my reason, he concluded. Lanza is the guy who committed a mass shooting at Sandy Hook. Mr. President, we got to pursue truth. The truth is that these people have severe mental problems and they're possessed to the point where they will go and know that that's going to be their last day when they go there. We can put gun-free zones up on schools and they'll still come in. They might not, well, they still probably will get the AR-15 from somewhere because, Mr. President, they aren't going to follow this law. They didn't follow the law that says you can't kill people. Why would they follow this law that says you can't possess a particular type of gun? I look at page 13 of the bill, 12 and 13. We're actually going to require law-abiding gun owners to register their guns. Gun registration, here it is, folks, are requiring registration of guns by law-abiding people. And you got to check in every 3 years with your gun or your magazine that's over 17 rounds. This is going to make criminals out of law-abiding citizens who aren't going to check in after 3 years because they're busy leading their life, paying the bills, working their job, and doing the things they do. And they're going to end up the first time with a gross misdemeanor, and then if it happens again, a felony. How is that going to stop that possessed shooter that wants to go kill people in a gun-free zone? And they choose, the truth, Mr. President, is, as we learned through those 3 scenarios with other school shootings, they choose a gun-free zone because it's an easy place for them to go and there's no resistance. And unfortunately for those people who are in the school, whether it's the kids or the teachers or people who are volunteers, we place them there with no defense. None. Because they're prohibited from having a firearm. The only thing that can protect them and give them a chance against the bad guy that is possessed coming into that building. Mr. President, if we're going to solve a problem, we got to have a solution. This bill also strips out the ability for superintendents and principals to give written permission to people to actually responsibly carry firearms in schools so that if the bad guy does show up, they've got some defense. Otherwise, they're sitting ducks. This bill makes them even more of sitting ducks. Because in some of our schools today, there are people, responsible people, who are trained and permitted and could be there if the bad guy or gal comes in. But we're taking away that ability, and we're making one big fat duck out of the people in that school. That's the truth. Mr. President and members, I've heard it said by other members here that spoke before me that this is nothing but a political exercise to scare people, and people who are in a very difficult time where very bad things happen, ask them to do something. They say to do something, and that's natural, that's normal. But then what do? They give them a false, empty set of promises that are going to do nothing to solve it. And we've been having anti-gun legislation or statutes. I've heard other members talk about it. In the U.S. since 1934, in the state of Minnesota, we had our first anti-gun bill in 1945. And today, the fatalities per 100,000 people are much, much, much higher than they were then. More bills, more laws that tell law-abiding gun owners that they can't continue to be an owner of a gun or a type of gun does nothing. We're taking our eye off the ball, Mr. President, and we've done that with many of these iterations of past legislation, including the stuff that was passed here in 2023 by the trifecta. Done nothing to solve this problem. There's still bad people entering schools. We need a different approach. We need a good guy with a gun protecting people. Who is the first person, Mr. President, when something happens in a business or a school and there's a shooting? Who do they call? I'll tell you who they call, Mr. President. They call a good guy with a gun. And we are taking away the ability for good guys and gals with guns to be in the school with the false hope that when the police show up 20 minutes later, they're going to somehow solve the problem that has already played itself out. Unfortunately, the people that are there will have no recourse. They won't be able to defend themselves. They'll be one fat duck. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, it is with every fiber of my being that I wish what we are doing here today was the answer. I wish that this bill could wave a magic wand and keep our students safe the moment it passed. But it won't. While I believe many here today have their hearts in the right place, it should be noted that Democrats held the trifecta for 2 full years and chose not to pass this bill. The timing of the vote today feels performative at best. Now, some out there will look at my vote today and claim I am controlled by special interest groups. Let me be clear. There are 3 people who are controlling my vote here today: Adam, Charles, and James, my sons. I have 3 little boys who attend a Catholic school. It was my oldest son's first day of kindergarten at this Catholic school. He was on his way to Mass when the tragedy at Annunciation was unfolding. I raced back to their school, heart pounding, unsure if this was an isolated horror or the beginning of something far worse. In that moment, all I could think about was how desperately I wanted my father, a cop, a good guy with a gun, standing between those monsters and my babies. I wished that they had more security. I wished that there was more there to protect them. That day set me on a mission. I met with parents of victims, pro-Second Amendment groups, law enforcement officers, gun control organizations, women who survived sexual assault and choose AR-15s to protect themselves from ever facing it again. I met with veterans, students, teachers, you name it. I sat down with colleagues across the aisle, in the Senate and in the House, and brainstormed every action that could have stopped that tragedy. Many of those bills I worked on are sitting in committees, never given a hearing. So when I look at this bill before us today, I ask myself the most important question before us: would anything in it have stopped the horrors of that day? My heart breaks that the answer is no. When I think about my 3 little boys and every child I was sent here to serve, I feel sorry for them because of what's taking place today. We are not tackling school security. We're taking political votes instead of passing real solutions. Partisanship in an election year is blocking the progress our kids deserve. I am sorry that we are being asked to strip away their rights with a bill that will never clear the other body and will not actually solve the problem. I remain here today with my hand extended across the aisle, hoping someone, anyone, will take it. Let's stop performing and start protecting. Let's secure our schools, respect the Constitution, and deliver solutions that actually work. My sons and every child in this state deserve nothing less. I am ready to work with you to get it done. The question is, are you? Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have a freshman and a 6th grader. Active shooter trainings have been a part of their lives since preschool. In fact, my youngest met one of her best friends in kindergarten because they were supposed to hide under the same desk during the drill, and she comforted him when he got scared. Some of our colleagues have accused us of performing political theater today. I'm offended, but not surprised. In this place, in this building, this issue is very controversial. But in my community, which has both Republicans and Democrats and independents and people who don't follow politics, it's not. It's not controversial. It's clear to the parents in my community, to the students in my community who advocated and came and wrote letters over and over and over again asking us to do something. In this building, this bill is controversial. But in our communities, this bill is what will protect our children. I am unsurprised by the tone of the conversation and the disrespect and condescension that was hurled particularly at Senator Mohammed, who has done tremendous work to build this full-throated response to protect our children. And this job and this place are hard. Often the work is incremental, it is piece by piece. You don't know what's going to happen in the other body. These are tough times. But today, I'm trying to take a deep breath and stay within my body and be present for this moment, because today I am proud to be a member of the Minnesota Senate. I am proud to vote green for my own children. I am proud to vote green for the parents and the teachers and the students who have advocated for this change. I am proud to look up in the gallery and see a sea of red and orange shirts that I know are here standing up for our children all across the state of Minnesota. As Senator Uma Verbaeten quoted in her speech, are we done after today? No. But today, I am proud to vote yes.
Senator McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. President. One of the things I say the most on this floor is I'm going to ground us in reality. And I'm not going to say that today. What I am going to say is I want to ground us in the reality of the parents and the students of Annunciation. This truly has to be the most heartbreaking packet of letters we have ever received. And I'm going to read some of it, Mr. President, because these are the stories of Minnesotans and they deserve to be told on the floor of the Minnesota Senate. I'm the wife of the principal at Annunciation. August 27th wasn't a one-day event. We are still struggling and recovering months after the worst days of our lives. The look of panic and grief on the faces of the kids and teachers is a scene I will carry with me forever. Why do we allow weapons this destructive to tear apart our communities? The gunfire lasted approximately 2 minutes. 116 shots fired, 2 children lost their lives, 28 other people were injured, 24 school children and 3 elderly people, and many who sustained gunshot wounds. Why are we allowing this to continue to happen? You have a chance this session to make sure no other children have to go through what mine did. The reality for 300 students, faculty, and staff changed forever on August 27th in under 2 minutes. In the words of my 13-year-old survivor, no more fear, end gun violence. I love my children and the families at Annunciation. I would do anything to protect them. That's why I'm begging you. Please pass Senate File 4067. We can act for the children who are still here and ensure that others never have to experience this. At 6 years old, my daughter witnessed one of her best friends shot multiple times trying to find a spot under pews to hide. At 6 years old, she witnessed classmates murdered and brutally wounded as they sang inside church on the 3rd day of school. I am a 7th grader at Annunciation. As a school shooting survivor, I want it to be harder to get assault weapons. On August 27th, over 100 rounds were fired into the Annunciation Church at my friends and me. It was terrifying. Please do something. I am 9. During church, we went through a shooting, and my buddy and me didn't think it was real until we saw Maeve get shot. All I saw was black and blood behind me. I think guns should not be sold to anyone for reasons Harper and Fletcher died. Please do something to make it right. I'm sorry for not spelling that right. I'm a 5th grader. When we practiced for lockdown drills at school, I felt scared and awkward. August 27th was the scariest day of my life, and I don't want to happen to anyone else. I hope you will listen to my friends and me to keep us safe so no one has to go through what we went through. Mr. President, this is the most heartbreaking packet of letters I have ever received in my entire life. There's words in here like begging and pleading and no more normalcy. My 13-year-old still sleeps in my bed. My kids run when they hear nails being pounded into the roof, getting repaired next door. They can't hear basketballs bouncing or a car backfiring. My 6-year-old doesn't even have the words to tell me how scared she is. Trauma therapy, family therapy, night lights, no lights off. What is this world that we are creating for children? Mr. President, I was 8 years old when the assault weapons ban went into effect in this country. And I had the distinct privilege of being all the rest of my school years from 8 to 18 with an assault weapons ban in this country. Your risk of dying in a mass shooting from the time I was 8 to 18 was 70% lower than it is today. When I was a child, we used to learn the 3-word phrase, recycle, reduce, reuse. Now kids learn run, hide, fight. Children have the right to stay alive. And we need to do something. If those children were sitting at these desks and had the privilege and power of pressing one of these two buttons today, they would press green. Their parents would press green. But they're not sitting here. We are. We have the awesome privilege and power to represent this great state. And you have 6-year-olds and 13-year-olds and 9-year-olds begging you, begging us to do something. Mr. President, in my home, there is something that lives very large right now. I have a 4-year-old, and during Emergency Preparedness Week, she heard the sirens go off for the first time. We have been talking about those sirens since Emergency Preparedness Week. For hours that first week, it was every night for 2 hours. Are the sirens going to go off? What happens when the sirens go off? Why did the sirens go off? Those are tornado sirens. Nothing happened to my daughter. She just heard a loud sound. I cannot imagine how 300 sets of parents have to talk to their kids about this world. They were sitting in church, at school, the literal two safest places you could possibly be, or should possibly be. I think about the tornado siren conversation that I have with my daughter. And I think about those parents every night. I have a picture of the 9-year-old who wrote this letter in our packet and her brother in my office. I think of Harper and Fletcher every day. We pray for them in my church every Sunday. We can't do nothing. Mr. President, there are a lot of things that connect moms, kind of regardless of where you live in this world. Toddlers are feral. Newborns are unpredictable. Teenagers are mouthy. That's true, pretty much across the world. There is not one thing about what the Annunciation mothers experienced that relates to any other thing a mother experiences in this world. Gun violence is a uniquely American problem. Every other country on this planet has figured out how to not have their kids get shot in school. Last year, 89 kids died from gun violence in South Africa, 0 in Japan, 500 alone in the state of Texas. That's one state out of 50 in this country. We know what works. We know what saves lives. It's possible, Mr. President, I'm standing here today because I had the privilege of going to school during an assault weapons ban. We owe it to the children, and we owe it to their parents. We're not standing here performatively. I want everyone to look in this packet of letters and tell me what is performative about responding to a 9-year-old or a 5th grader or a 13-year-old is performative. Or saying that we're doing this to scare people. I wonder how the 300 students at Annunciation would feel if they heard that. I think they're pretty scared. They have every right to be scared. 116 bullets in 2 minutes went through their church windows, through their clothing, through their friends' bodies, through the church pews. That's scary. Mr. President, 1 year ago, I was in the library in my community, and a woman came up to me and she said, "You saved my life." I'd never met her before. And I said, "Great. How?" And she said, "The 24-hour waiting period that you passed in 2023. I was feeling suicidal. I went to go buy a gun and I had to wait. And I'm alive today because of it." Gun regulations save lives. Laws save lives. If there is even one child that lives in this state that doesn't die because of gun violence, it is worth doing this today. And to the parents and the advocates who have worked tirelessly, of course, over the last 8 months, but for years, to make Minnesota safer, a safer place to live, to grow, to go to school or church or the synagogue or the mosque, to go to the grocery store, to the movie theater, drive. Thank you. Senator Port said that this is very controversial in this chamber. It is. It's partisan here, but it is not partisan in our communities. This is the only room in Minnesota where what we are passing today is partisan. Our state and our communities are begging for us to do something, to move our feet. And today I'm proud to vote green to do so. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, I rise today in opposition to this proposed gun ban and confiscation bill. This is legislation that goes far beyond the public safety and strikes directly at the constitutional freedoms of law-abiding Minnesotans. Let's be clear about what the bill does. Under proposals like Senate File 4067 and some of its companions, Minnesota would not just regulate firearms. It would ban the possession of widely owned, commonly used semi-auto firearms, impose criminal penalties, and force citizens into compliance schemes to simply for owning the product that they legally purchased, and make a constitutional rights and to have and use. That is not a small policy change. That is a fundamental shift in the relationship between citizens and its government. The bill raises a simple but profound question. Now, members, I want to ask each and every one of you, are we here to protect constitutional rights? Or are we here to erode them when it becomes politically inconvenient? The Second Amendment is not ambiguous. It doesn't say to keep and right, the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed unless a legislative decides that certain firearms are unpopular. It is a guarantee, a safeguard against overreach, and a recognition that the right to self-defense belongs to the people and not to this state. And yet, here we are debating a bill that would criminalize ordinary citizens in owning firearms that are in common use across this country. Members, it's been said before, but I'm going to say it again. We all want safer communities. We all grieve when this violence occurs, but we must be honest. This bill targets law-abiding citizens, not the criminals. Criminals do not follow gun laws. They do not register firearms. They do not comply with bans. What this legislation does is it places new burdens on the people that have done nothing wrong. The hunters, the sports shooters, the veterans, and everyday Minnesotans that just want to exercise their rights. And I'll plainly say, there's growing concern amongst Minnesotans, not just about this bill, but a broader pattern that's eluding from the legislature. A pattern where rights are treated as negotiable. A pattern where government power expands and individual liberty concedes. In that sense, I do suppose there's one silver lining in this bill. This debate is clarifying. It shows constituents exactly where their elected officials stand on fundamental freedoms. It brings into the open a question that voters deserve an answer to. Do their representatives, who they have elected, defend their rights? Or do those representatives who believe those rights can be restricted, refined, or even revoked? Members, our duty is not to chase the headlines or respond to emotion with sweeping restrictions. Our duty is to uphold the Constitution, to protect the rights of the people that we serve and are elected by, and ensure that in the pursuit of safety, we do not sacrifice the very freedoms that define us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the author of the bill yield for a question?
Senator Mohammed, will you yield? She will yield for a question. Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the registration part of your bill, where in order to keep your gun, you have to certify ownership. There is a requirement that anybody who possesses one of these firearms must request certification of ownership from the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. Is there a guarantee that they will be granted that certification of ownership?
Senator Mohammed, to the question.
I think an individual certifies their firearm with the BCA, they will be granted that. That's correct.
Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have another question for Senator Mohammed, if she would yield.
Senator Mohammed, will you yield?
This is a two-part question.
Hold on. I got to make sure that she yields. She will yield. Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a two-part question. So it also states that they may charge a fee. It does not require that they charge a reasonable fee. I have been assured by your colleagues, by the Democrats, that this bill has been well thought out and brought through stakeholders. So I'm hoping that Senator Mohammed might be able to answer what that fee is expected to look like, what amount might be reasonable to have in there, and why that wouldn't have been drafted as a reasonable fee. And then I would also like to know if, as part of the certification, there is any form of a background check done that could result in a failure of the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension to issue you your permission to own your property.
Senator Mohammed, to the two questions.
You may have to repeat the second part of that question, but to your first part, Senator Holmstrom, in terms of a reasonable fee, the BCA will create the system and they'll be creating a reasonable fee. We don't have a number on top of our minds, but they'll be charging that fee.
Senator Holmstrom, do you want to clarify the second question?
Yes, Mr. President, and I'd also like to clarify the first question. So the language on 13.8 specifically does not say reasonable fee. It just says fee. And I'm wondering why there was a choice to pull or to not include reasonable in there, as it is common language. And then the first part was, if there is any form of a background check, could that preclude someone from being issued their certification of ownership?
Senator Mohammed, to the question.
Thank you, Senator Holmstrom. The language says a fee, but if you have a language, if this bill passes in the House and we go into conference, happy to put that language in that says reasonable fee from you.
And the second question around background checks on certifications, I think it is.
Thank you. So the BCA is going to create the system, and the individuals will go through background checks, but let me double check that for you. So let me get back to you on that, Senator Holmstrom.
And we'll give you some time, Senator Mohammed. Senator Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Holstrom. Thanks for your patience. So currently, in terms of getting the certification through the BCA, background check is not required. But when you're purchasing a gun, you would have had to go through that. But if you want to include that in the certification process, happy to work with you on a language to make sure that when the BCA is certifying these guns, then we do have people go through background checks.
Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have one final question to clarify here. So with the fee structure, I want to know if the certification for ownership is required for each individual magazine and each individual firearm, or if it is a totally engrossing certification. So if I own 5 prohibited firearms and 15 prohibited magazines, do I need 20 certificates and then 20 fees on each certificate, or would this be one fee to cover all of it?
Senator Holmstrom, you're asking Senator Mohammed to yield? She will yield. Senator Mohammed.
Give me 1 minute.
No problem.
Thank you, Mr. President, and Senator Holstrom.
Senator Mohammed.
In the way that the bill is written, and obviously this isn't a system that's set up by the BCA just yet, so we might have to come back for clarifications, but it is that it is the individual goes and certifies the amount of guns that they have. It's not based on individual magazine or individual guns. It's one time that you go and certify it as a whole.
Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm wondering if Senator Swazinski would be willing to yield for a question.
Senator Swazinski, will you yield for a question?
Yep.
He will yield for a question. Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. One of the provisions in this bill was a provision that was authored by Senator Swazinski, and that was to preclude the option for principals and administrators to allow for a firearm to be carried in the building by a responsible party. I'm wondering if Senator Swazinski knows what the response time is for police in Eden Prairie.
Senator Swazinski to the question.
No, I do not.
Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. The average emergency response time in Eden Prairie is about 8 minutes and 12 seconds. I'm wondering if he might yield for another question.
Senator Swazinski, will you yield for another question?
Yep.
He will yield for another question. Senator Holmstrom.
I'm wondering if he might, and we spoke about this in committee, so hopefully there was some research done, if he might know what the average response time is for emergency services in outstate Minnesota, like, say, St. Louis County.
Senator Swazinski to the question.
I do not know the answer to that as well.
Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's concerning to me because outstate schools use this provision to protect their student body. When emergency services are minutes away, 8 minutes away, I can understand why someone might feel as though it's not necessary. But in St. Louis County, the average response time is about 20 minutes, and that's a good day. And I think about the students in St. Louis County, the most rural county in our state. And I think about what happens if that police officer is on call 25 minutes away. The amount of damage that could be done in 25 minutes. I'm a father. I send my kids to a school that is in sight of a police department because I want to know that my kids are safe. And it's terrifying to me that part of a public safety, a school safety bill, we're going to be precluding schools from protecting themselves while not providing them the resources to have a school resource officer or provide resources to their county to have more law officers available. Members, we should all remember, do you solemnly swear to support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of Minnesota? We all said, I do. In our oath of office, we swore to uphold the Constitution. And now, members, in your haste and in your disregard and in your hubris, you're going to vote to violate the Second Amendment. You're going to vote to go back on your oaths of office. I ask you to remember that our government is one of, for, and by the people. The rights enshrined in our Constitution and the paper itself do not come from government. Our rights are inherent. Our constitutional rights are inherent. We do not have the power in this body to strip those rights. It's not one given to us by the people. Now, we can choose to look back and violate our oath. We can choose to grab more power, but I choose not to. When similar laws to this were passed in Canada, there was a statutory opportunity to turn in your guns. Less than 2% of those guns were surrendered. People do not comply with these laws because the people have not given us the power to write these laws. Mr. President, last year, conservatives saw multiple attacks on our banner holders based off political ideology alone. Charlie Kirk was assassinated. Donald Trump has had three verified public attacks on his life. And just this weekend, Democrat protesters in Chaska were holding signs advocating for the murder of our president and the murder of the GOP. Mr. President and members, I will not comply with this law. Most of Minnesota will not comply with this unconstitutional law. Not because we don't respect this body, not because we don't respect the laws, but because as a father, I have a moral obligation to defend myself and my family against all threats, including a tyrannical government. And that is exactly what you aim to do here today. Your green vote is a clear statement that you want to reach over and grab more rights than given to you by the people. And finally, I want to have a conversation about what this bill really is. I was hoping when I came here in February, that we were going to have real good faith conversations about how to tackle this problem, about how we were going to provide safe schools. And I was encouraged in Education Finance Committee that we could find funding for public and non-public schools to keep the schools safe. And Democrats have chosen today to take all the good faith and throw it out the window. The good faith conversations are gone because it's an election year and we need to win votes. We have packaged school safety funding with a gun-grabbing bill, knowing that not a single Republican will vote to strip Second Amendment rights. Not because they actually care. They clearly do not. This is a political bill aimed at a political problem. And finally, the amount offered in this bill is $19 million for school safety funding. But just last week, we voted to give $40 million to keep politicians safe. $199,000 per politician, $21.82 per student. I ask the public to be angry about this bill because it is a stunt and nothing more. Thank you.
Senator Pa.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will never forget the day that I heard about the Annunciation shooting. I was home with my children, but I was stuck watching the news, sitting on the couch, and it came on. My children were in their rooms, as they always are. One by one, they came out. Their friends were already texting, so they were texting with each other about what had happened. They found me sitting on the couch and came and sat next to me. For hours, we watched our TV screen. And as children often do, they had tons of questions that they had for their parents. My children asked, how could this happen? Why did this happen? Are we safe? And could this happen in our own schools? I wanted to comfort them, but I couldn't find the answers, and I couldn't find the words, because I knew that whatever I said to them wasn't the truth. Children are extraordinary, and they are smart. They know what is happening in our world. They're watching us, watching to see what we're going to do to protect them. To the families of Fletcher and Harper, you are held in our hearts. To every family impacted by gun violence, and to every family impacted by that day, the children who were there, the teachers and the staff and the parents, you're not forgotten, and today my green vote is for you. I'm tired of watching the fear. I'm tired of watching the vigils and attending them. I'm tired of watching the news and seeing myself and my families as one of those families that are impacted. And I know that many Minnesotans feel the same way, because I've heard from them. I've heard from families across Minnesota, but especially from families in my district, saying that we have to do something here to protect our children. We may not have the answers for every question that our children ask us, but we can show them through our votes, through our actions, that we hear them. And members, today I ask for you to think about this. If it had been your child at Annunciation, would you hesitate to vote for this bill? I don't believe a single one of us would hesitate. We would act without apology and without delay. Vote green.
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, we've heard many words today. Very important topic. And quite frankly, I had not planned to speak. I knew there would be many words today. But you know, I could not help but feeling compelled to speak, because I recall very clearly April 20th, 1999. Some of you might recall that was the day of the Columbine shootings. I was a middle school teacher at that time, and I went back to my schoolroom the next day and looked at it in a very different light. What I saw was the hallway with a full wall of glass and then the door that went into my classroom. What I saw was there was no place for anyone to hide. There was no closet. Everything was open to that glass wall that went along the length of the classroom. And so, as much has been said today, I could not sit and not speak to what has happened and how difficult it is for everyone to live and work in this environment where we are seeing far too much violence, and particularly when we think about our kids at school. I think about my colleague, Senator Kubley, who often said, sit down there in that first seat and said, all things have been said, but not by all people. And that's why I wanted to get up today and speak to the seriousness of the issue before us. And there is so much good that we have in front of us in this bill. Particularly, I am talking about the things that we all agree on, those things that work. School safety, of course. Schools are built differently today. We look at school safety differently today. And I'm very glad that during my time as education chair, we increased school safety dollars. We also see that here, and we're glad for that. We also see the school-linked mental health, and I'm sure that you have noticed in your districts as well, you have to take the services to where the kids are. And in this case, having the school-linked mental health has been highly successful. That is an important piece of the bill before us today. And we have seen over and over the value of having school resource officers in the school. I did a ride around with an ambulance one day, and it ended up that we were at a middle school. And I saw firsthand the difference when that school resource officer entered the room where the child was, where the student was, who was decompensating, having a very difficult time. That trained school resource officer was able to diffuse and tone down the situation. So those are things that we know work, and we all agree on those things. But what is troubling to me today is that these things that we know can help keep kids safe in our schools has been paired with sweeping, controversial gun control language. And you have heard throughout the discussion today the issues with that. Let me just name one major one. There are serious constitutional questions about the language that is being paired with what we know are working safeguards that help keep kids safe. And that is sorrowful. I am sorry to see that. And if that's not enough, none of these controversial gun control things that have constitutional concerns are moving in the House. So we have just a few legislative days left, and yet we are spending hours and hours on something that is not moving in the House, highly controversial, have serious constitutional questions. And Mr. President, I am sorry that we are not focusing, we are not using our time and our energy and our resources to focus on those things that work. And that's probably the sorrow that the amendment offered earlier today that would have focused on things like school safety, school-linked mental health, SROs, and would have set aside the controversial sweeping gun control measures that have serious constitutional questions. I'm afraid that died by one vote. So here we are. I'm sorry to see that we're not focusing on those things that can best help keep kids safe.
Senator Heisman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm wondering if Senator Muhammad would be willing to yield.
Senator Muhammad is not on the floor.
All right. Well, I will move on. I still have serious concern about the question I asked her earlier, and if someone else is over there that can yield and answer this question, it would be greatly appreciated. But the language where it clarifies what a semi-automatic military-style assault weapon means. It says, under the provision for semi-automatic pistol that has the capacity to accept a detachable magazine and has one or more of the following: any feature capable of functioning as a protruding grip that can be held by the non-triggered hand. Any of my guns can be held by the non-triggered hand. That is extremely concerning to me, and as it pertains to pistols, in my view of it, I think it may actually make all pistols fall under the category of semi-automatic military-style assault weapon. She is still not on the floor, but I had another question, which is unfortunate that she is no longer on the floor. But under the section 13.15, the penalty that comes along with not properly certifying your large capacity magazine or your military style assault weapon. The language on 13.17 and .18 says, a person who is convicted of a second or subsequent violation is guilty of a felony. If she were here, I would ask her, will Senator Mohammed yield?
Senator Mohammed, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Heinzman.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Mohammed, on line 13.17 and 13.18, a person who is convicted of a second or subsequent violation is guilty of a felony. Can you tell me what the difference between second or subsequent is? If I have 2 large capacity magazines, is that a second violation? Because otherwise the subsequent language would, I think, pertain. So my concern is the language of a second violation.
Senator Mohammed, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Heinzman. I think you're referring to 13.7. Is that correct, Mr. President?
She's asking a clarifying question. Senator Heinzman.
Yes, it is 13.17.
Senator Mohammed.
I will get that answer for you in just a second.
Thank you.
We'll give you some time.
Mr. President.
Senator Mohammed.
Senator Heinzman, it is if you get convicted a second time, that's what the subsequent is for. So if you do it one time, it's a misdemeanor. If you do it twice, it would be a felony.
Senator Heinzman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Mohammed. So the language of subsequent would be a future violation, but the language of second could be the second within the same conviction.
Senator Heinzman, two things.
Thank
you
you.
have to speak to me and not speak to her directly, and you have to ask her to yield. So
Will
are
she
you
yield?
asking her to yield, Senator?
Yes, please.
All right. Senator Mohammed, will you yield? She will yield, and I want to see if she heard your question, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Heinzman, that is correct. If you have a first one, it's a misdemeanor. If you have a second one, that would be a felony.
Senator Heinzman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will she continue to yield?
Senator Muhammad, will you continue to yield? She will. Senator Heisman.
Thank you. If you could go to line 23.16.
Senator Heisman.
Thank you. It says, quote, assemble, end quote, means to fit together component parts. And then down on 23.19, assembling firearms requirements limitations. A person who is not a federal firearms licensee is prohibited from assembling or manufacturing more than 3 firearms in a calendar year. When I take my magazine out of my firearm, out of my pistol, to check it, I'll rack the slides, see if it's clear, there's nothing in the chamber. When I put that magazine back into my gun, I am assembling. It means to fit together component parts. Am I restricted to doing that only 3 times in a calendar year?
Senator Muhammad, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Heisman. That portion of the bill was carried by Senator Latz, and he will answer that question for you.
Senator Heisman, do you mind Senator Latz answering the question?
That'd be fine.
Senator Latz to the question.
Mr. President, could I ask Senator Heisman to repeat the question?
Senator Heisman, would you care to repeat the question?
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Latz. On line 23.16, it says assemble means to fit together component parts. And then down on 23.19, assembling firearms requirements limitations. A person who is not a federal firearms licensee is prohibited from assembling or manufacturing more than 3 firearms in a calendar year. And my question was that if I remove my magazine from my pistol and I rack the slide to see if the chamber is clear, and then I put my magazine back in my gun, am I only allowed to do that 3 times in a calendar year?
Senator Latz to the question. Senator Latz.
Mr. President, Senator Heisman, we're only talking about 1 firearm here. So if you just have 1 firearm and you are removing the magazine and putting it back in and removing it and putting it back in, it's still 1 firearm. So I don't think that would be a problem. Where there may be some benefit from clarity in the language is if you own more than 3 firearms. And you are doing that on 3 separate firearms. It would not be the intent for that to be a violation, but I think the language might be clarified to make sure that intent is clear. And I would look forward to clarifying that language in conference committee.
Senator Heisman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Latz. I have concern over line 19.27 and moving forward with regards to our school safety. And this section says, notwithstanding sections 97B.045, 624.714, and 624.715, a person who is authorized to carry a firearm on school property pursuant to paragraph F must secure and store their firearms as provided in this paragraph when the person is no longer in an eligible on-duty status or not participating in that portion of the activity for which firearm possession is authorized. Continues to say that they must, once they are off duty, unload their firearm, number one, and then put it in a locked container, safe, or other secure device, and place it in a locked trunk compartment of a motor vehicle. If the motor vehicle does not have a trunk compartment with a functioning lock, place it out of plain sight. That is a lot of steps, and I feel it makes our school resource officers and those that are hardening our schools, that are protecting our children, at risk of coming under fire of a criminal, because if criminals know that when they get there and when they leave, they must follow this procedure, that is extremely concerning to me. At best, these are feel-good measures that do absolutely nothing to protect our schools or increase public safety. It does the exact opposite by punishing 2.5 million law-abiding citizens by making the law complicated and potentially expensive to own a firearm. It disarms schools and strips reasonable protective measures they have implemented to safeguard their schools and instead makes them more vulnerable. Last year, although Senator Latz implied to me while serving on the Violence Prevention Working Group that women are more often than not capable of defending themselves with a firearm, who is he or anyone else to tell women what their abilities are or put restrictions on their right to defend themselves? This bill is a blatant attack, not only on hunting and heritage, but on our constitutional rights. Vote red.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, members, the event that took place in Minneapolis was horrific. As a parent of children, when you hear this kind of news, it does send chills through your spine. Praying for those involved and trying to make sense of this madness. And so I understand the idea that people want to cling to something that at the moment seems like it might help. You can't bring things back the way they used to be. But members, we've also heard the great discussion here on the Senate floor of the oath we all take to uphold the Constitution. And part of our job and responsibility here in the Senate is to be truthful and pursue the best options we can to make it better going forward. But members, to use a metaphor of a life jacket, throwing somebody needing a life jacket that works when you know the life jacket won't work is not a good answer. And that's what we are facing here on the Senate floor. We've heard the Democrat author talk about how important gun control is, regardless of the Second Amendment we've all sworn an oath to. Remember what our Second Amendment says. In part, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. It's rather short, members, but many have talked about the Second Amendment and how important that is to keep the First Amendment. And they're all important. Finding a solution is important. But banning guns and clips over 17 bullets, how 17 is the magic number, how 18 isn't infringing on rights, and 17 is the right number, it doesn't meet the constitutional test. And I know situations where the bad guy coming in, you need more than 17 bullets. Good guys with guns stop bad situations. If you don't believe that statement, let's just look back last week. Here in Minnesota, Blue Earth County. Hope many of you have read the article. A 37-year-old lady and her ex-boyfriend attacked her and her new boyfriend, killing him, demanding she gets into the bathtub while she bleeds out, quote unquote, is his words, through the 911 operator. The offender? Oh, yeah, we had guns banned from his possession. He was banned as a felon. He didn't have the right to have guns, folks. He didn't have the right. Oh, but he was the perpetrator. And it was the good guys with guns, the sheriff's office, that showed up. Luckily, somebody had called 911 while she was bleeding in the tub and was able to apprehend him with a gun. Good guys with a gun stop very heinous situations. Just last week, that happened right here, Blue Earth County, Minnesota. And so throwing a life jacket out that isn't going to save the person that you're throwing it to is not a good solution. And while we're doing this, passing an unconstitutional gun control bill, the author of the bill told us we are doing all of the above. All of the above has been quoted multiple times on the Senate floor by the Democrats and the chief author. Really? We're doing all of the above. It doesn't take long to research Robin Westman, formerly known as Robert Westman, in some cases not reported much, but read what the New York Post cites was in his journal as he was struggling, as he was transitioning, wishing he had never gone that direction, saying, the long hair is my last shred of my trans. I wish I would have never brainwashed myself. Psychotropic drugs that he and others are on. There's a study going on at the FDA to look into this, because this is a common denominator in this approach by the Democrats, that they're leaving out some of the obvious concerns we have with the drugs many of these shooters are taking as they transition. And yet the author of this Democrat bill says this is an all-of-the-above approach. No, they're leaving out the most obvious thing that needs to be researched as this common denominator You say, oh, this was just an anomaly. No, look back in February, just 2 months ago, 3 months ago. British Columbia, very similar circumstances. A student transitioning from male to female kills her mom, and many students after her stepbrother was killed also. A hockey rink out in Rhode Island, similar underlying issues with transition, surgeries, and psychotropic drugs. Nashville, Tennessee, the assassin of Charlie Kirk. And these all just happened in the last year or so. And if you look back further, this common denominator is written over many of them. And yet we're being told this is an all-of-the-above approach. No, it's not all of the above. The Democrats want to ignore that fact, pass an unconstitutional bill, sell it as a life jacket that's not going to help the situation. Let's get to the root cause. Because banning the gun from the killer in Blue Earth County last week didn't do a thing. And it took a good person with a gun to stop the situation. I represent part of Stearns County. If you go back even 10 years ago, in the Crossroads Mall in St. Cloud in Stearns County, a maniac started running through the mall with a knife, injuring 9 or 10 people. It would have injured many, many more had a good guy with a gun not been there. By the grace of God, an off-duty police officer who was carrying was able to step into action and stop the killer. Folks, don't tell us this is an all-of-the-above approach, and then we're leaving out some of the most obvious things we need to look at with common denominators that are having maniacs do what they did in Minneapolis last fall. Let's get to the real root of some of these problems. But let's not pass on constitutional gun control bills telling people it's going to do something it's not. Members, vote red. Let's get serious about this and look at all of the above if we're going to call it an all of the above approach. Don't tell us it is when it isn't.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Minnesotans are shocked. They're horrified when they see these tragedies targeting our children. They're shocked and horrified when these tragedies affect parents. Devastating. And that cuts across every demographic there is. Protecting our children, ensuring that they are safe, is not a partisan or political issue. We all want that. We have to ask ourselves the question, and I've asked myself the question when I observe these tragedies that occur in Minnesota and in other states. What has changed? Because what is being experienced today, these horrific tragedies, is not the way it was when I was growing up. It's not the way it was in the history of Minnesota. I heard it referenced by the remarks of another member, the Columbine shootings. I was in high school at the time. And that was the first that I became cognizant of these tragedies, these mass tragedies, targeting innocent people, people that are committed to perpetrating violence, people that are committed to evil, targeting the innocents, the most innocent among us, is when my eyes were open to that. But we see other manifestations of things that have changed in society. When I believe I was in 4th, 5th, or 6th grade, when the Jacob Wetterling kidnapping happened, for those who might even remember that. There's some in this chamber who may not have even, well, I know weren't alive when that happened. But that was an earthquake in Minnesota. And I remember the aftermath of that tragedy. Parents were terrified that their child might be next. What changed? When I drive to the Capitol here during the school year, one of the things that I consistently observe is the long line of vehicles of parents that are sitting at the bus stops, whether they're dropping their children off, or whether the bus is coming to pick their children up, or whether it's in the afternoon. You'll see the parents in the line of vehicles at the school bus stop waiting for their children to be dropped off. That was not the case when I was growing up. But why is that happening? Because parents are afraid. What changed? Why is that now the norm? It's because parents are concerned that their children are going to be harmed if left alone at the bus stop. What changed? There are multiple manifestations of evil targeting innocence. I don't think there's a single aspect that changed. I think there are multiple contributing factors. But I believe one of the strongest variables that has changed in the history of the United States, in the history of Minnesota, is the callous disregard for the value of life. And that's being perpetrated all throughout society in many different forms. The callous disregard for life, the desensitization, the empathy for other human beings. And again, this is a metric, the lack of empathy, the lack of regard for others that is seen. I could go on a multiple item list that would demonstrate how that value for life is continuing to decrease in our society. The virtue of sacrificing for others, setting one's own interests aside, and lifting another up, continues to be a value that seemingly is decreasing. If you think throughout our nation's history then on firearms, if we go backwards in time, it was more commonplace for young people to have access to firearms. It was more plentiful to have access to higher rounds of ammunition. It was commonplace that students, children, would bring their firearm to school. That was only a handful of decades ago. There are people alive today in their 60s and 70s when it was the norm to bring the firearm to school, to leave it in the vehicle in the parking lot, to bring it into the school, into the classroom, leave it in the locker, put it in the back of the classroom. That was the norm. Why weren't there mass shootings? When there was greater access to firearms by young people, and we didn't see this. Another variable in our society that I see very, very prevalent, and it's being taught in nearly every pop culture institution of influence, is revenge. In addition to the callous disregard for life, we're seeing, and it's being promoted, if you are wronged, then it is your responsibility to get revenge. If you have a perception that you haven't been given what you believe you deserve in some regard in life, that you get to go to a school or a populated area with people that are innocent and to harm them and to take your rage and your anger out on them. All of these things are related. So when we fast forward to today, what changed? How can you have students just a few decades ago bringing firearms to school, but now there's an attempts by those targeting firearms as a way thinking that it'll falsely protect? One of the things that hasn't changed, and I'm drawn up to every time I think about these tragedies in our society, is from Scripture. I think of Jeremiah. This is Jeremiah chapter 17. The heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. Who can know it? And what I'm concerned about and what I think we see is the lack of targeting the evilness of the human heart. Evil is real. Anger and hatred are real. And when those emotions swell up, they take root in a person's heart, and you combine that with a lack of regard for life and the idea that they are obligated to get revenge and go after innocence, when you combine all those together, that's how you get this tragedy. That's how you see these tragedies. And that's where I think the focus needs to be, is the human condition of anger and hatred. By targeting the instrument, the tool that somebody that is angry and malicious might attempt to use, it's not going to solve the condition. Somebody who is angry and seeks revenge and harming others is going to use bombs, acid, vehicles, anything in their disposal to hurt other innocent people. We must lift up life. We must cherish life. We must value life. We must instill a healthy respect for tools and equipment and instruments. And lastly, we must uphold and instill the values of our God-given liberties enshrined in the Constitution. There is no law that we're going to pass that's going to infringe on God-given liberties, that's going to stop a person who is committed to perpetrating evil against innocent people. We must uphold the Constitution. We must uphold the truth. We must teach a healthy respect for firearms. We must teach and uphold the value of life. That is the only formula that is going to solve the violence crisis in our culture. For that, because this bill does not address the root of what's happening in our society, I am a no vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator, we are now, members, going to these last three speakers, Senator Johnson, Senator Murphy, and then Senator Muhammad. In that order, please. Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate the opportunity. And I'd like to recognize, too, that we have a number of people here in the galleries and that are tuned in today that are really paying attention to what's going on. One of the things that I think, 9 months ago, if you look back, none of them would have thought about they'd be sitting at the end of session up in the gallery, or they'd be tuned into their TVs watching what is happening on the Senate floor. I would bet money that most of them didn't know who their senator was at the time, probably, because they've got daily life. They've got kids to get to school, they have sports, they have to go to the grocery store. They're busy with things of the daily life. But there was a major interruption. There was something that happened that is unspeakable, that's unthinkable for most Minnesotans. We heard it said today by some of the members that if we could do one thing, just this one thing that would save one child's life, it would be worth it. I couldn't agree with them more. If we could do one thing that would save a child or children's lives in this state, we would do it. That's what we're here to do, is to help make this a better society day in and day out as we show up to work. There's one problem with that. This bill doesn't do that. This bill will not be saving lives because this bill does not have a chance of going forward as it is currently written. We have laid out our arguments throughout the day on why we don't believe this bill is constitutional. We're committed to finding bipartisan solutions to help improve things like school safety. We want to build safer communities for everyone across the state. We need to be focused on solutions, not on slogans. We need to be focusing on helping schools enhance their site safety, including their physical hardening, the SROs, their threat detection services. We need to keep guns out of the hands of violent criminals. And we need to increase access to the mental health services that Minnesota does have, but we need to have more provided for that. There are aspects within this bill that absolutely hit on those critical needs that we have in this state. My heart just breaks to see this get put in a poison pill that we know isn't constitutional. They'll give it a harder time in even heading over into the House. There are things that we could have done today. This is a missed opportunity. This is our chance to show that we can work bipartisanly on getting issues across the finish line, and yet it comes down to a bill like this that unfortunately we know is not going to become law. I'd like to thank the senator from South Minneapolis here in her work on this. Her heart is in the right spot. She's been meeting with families. She's been doing the right things, talking to people, trying to figure out the solutions here. But I think overall the bill just ended up becoming something more of a political talking point than it is actual work that can be done to increase the safety and security for our students. It's important to address the growing mental health issue across America. We're seeing that here in the state. A number of members have touched on that. The mental health, for whatever reason, is a growing issue. We need to continue to invest in mental health. We need to continue to invest in making sure that our schools have common sense safety features within them to make sure that we can protect students as they're learning, as they're praying, not just for public schools, but for all school students that are out there. Each life is important and critical in this state. It shouldn't matter if you're going to a public or a private school. They are all important to us. What else is important to us is the Constitution. We can fold in these safety factors. We can fold them into a constitutional envelope. Something that will protect not only students and communities, but also the rights of our students, of our citizens, of our state. There's common sense avenues to make sure that we can make that happen. We had that opportunity today. It was right here, right in front of us. We gave an amendment that addressed that in a way that we knew could get across the finish line here, especially in the other body, get to the governor's desk, which would have passed. But that was not taken up. Party line vote, once again. It seems as if bipartisanship has died in this chamber. I am hoping that we can figure out a way forward here, make sure that Minnesotans and the students that go to our schools are safe and secure each day, that they are learning, that they are studying, that they are praying. That's our responsibility. And unfortunately, this bill will let them down. So I'll be voting no against this bill and hoping that we can come back and address it again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I want to begin by thanking Senator Mohammed, Senator Latz, and my colleagues who all worked to add provisions to this proposal, beginning with the hearings that happened last fall after the Annunciation shooting. I want to thank the staff who have worked tirelessly to put this comprehensive package together. It's important work, and I'm grateful for everybody. Thank you. On August 27th, we all learned about the shooting at Annunciation. 2 children praying in a church were killed. What followed was a vigil, a press conference, informational hearings, and then, as often happens, a delay. And often those delays take us to a place of inaction. And we wait again until there's another mass shooting, and we try again to resolve, to make change. And this time, it's different, because my colleagues decided we shouldn't wait any longer to address the harm experienced by too many people by gun violence. After the Annunciation shooting, I was down in Stewartville for a discussion in that community. There was an educator there, and he told a story about his daughter. He asked his daughter when she was done with high school, "Tell me what it felt like to go through active shooter drills in your school." And she said, "I always kept a letter for you and Mom in my backpack in case I was killed." That's how we're raising our kids in our schools. I have a deep and abiding faith in what we are capable of doing together in a chamber like this. And I've heard discussions today that this is messaging, that this is partisan, that this is politics. Nothing further could be from the truth. It is important for us to show Minnesotans that we understand that there is a problem and that we have the courage to work to solve it. And whenever we bring an issue like this to a chamber like this and we move the ball, we make progress until we solve the problem. I've seen that happen over and over and over again. I also heard people quizzing Senator Mohammed on the floor today about her knowledge of how a gun works. And I would like to say, as a healthcare professional, not the only one on this floor, that I would be happy to tell you what happens to a body when it is attacked by bullets from an assault weapon. Harper Moisky's mother told the story in the testimony that she gave and in the news that they never saw her daughter's body again, unrecognizable. And when they cleaned the church, they found more of her decimated body cremated twice. No parent should experience that. And that is because of the harm of the weapon. When we met with the Annunciation parents last week, they asked us to think about three things: prevention, intervention, and harm reduction. And this proposal covers all of those, including harm reduction by eliminating assault weapons and high-capacity magazines that shred bodies. We are proposing a comprehensive solution: mental health care, school safety, and harm reduction. That is why this proposal is so important. Not political, but a representation of the courage that we have to try to actually address what people have lost. I was at Fletcher's funeral. I was at Harper Moisky's beautiful celebration of life. And at that celebration of life, there was a song that we sang together. We are a gentle, loving people. We are a justice-seeking people. We are an angry and gentle people. We are all of those things: angry, gentle, justice-seeking, and loving. We should make progress today. I am grateful that we're here. After the shooting on the 27th of August, I went to a vigil. I went to a press conference. There I said, we all love our children. We need to love our children the most. That's why this is important. And with love, I will vote yes. Thank you.
Senator Mohammed.
Mr. President, I impose a call of the Senate for the duration of the bill.
The Senate is now under call.
And, Mr. President, I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and the sergeants at arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Senator Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I will be brief. This has been a long process and a short day. I'll take that. Those of us who are committed to getting this signed into law know that our work is far from over. And I'll start by thanking the staff who worked on this: my legislative aide, Georgia Barnes, researcher Jackie Clinton, committee administrator Nicole Kaplan, our Senate nonpartisan counsel Ken Backus, Priya Primo, and fiscal analyst Chris Turner, Mike Mullen, and Selena Koster. Among the members, thank you to the person who has been a solid partner in this work, Chair Latz. Thank you to our other chairs, Chair Kunish and Wickland and Senator Bolden, among many others, for contributing to how strong and comprehensive this package is today. I have spoken a lot about the need for this legislation over the months. And I want to close our session today by grounding this body in what has brought us here: the opinions and emotions of the parents and advocates we met along the way. Today, I heard Timberland speak, a leader of Students Demand Action, and say, today, the Senate has a choice to listen to students, to families, to communities across Minnesota, or to continue the cycle of inaction, because honoring the lives we've lost means doing something different. This bill is something different. This is the first time an assault weapons ban or high-capacity ban has reached a floor in the Minnesota legislature. The first time. Over the weekend, I had a chance to speak with the Annunciation families. And a member of that community, Dan Martian, who his opinion piece is at all of your desks. He's a father, has an 11-year-old and a 9-year-old daughters that were at the Annunciation School that day. They survived, but they lost their feeling of safety in church and at school. And as Dan says, no single policy will end gun violence, but there are many proven measures that together we can make a real difference. As you have heard, this legislation combines many approaches to make our communities safer. With this package, we are not choosing to just do something, we are choosing to do everything. And last, I think of the words Jackie Flaffen, who's joining us, the mother of Harper Moisky, whose spirit and strength has kept so many of us focused on this mission to pass into law something that will make Minnesota schools and streets safer immediately and forever. Jackie said, every choice matters. How we speak, how we listen, what we normalize, who we protect, what kind of world we are building, and who we are becoming in the process. We can do better. We must do better, and we can only do it together. Mr. President, and members, I encourage a green vote.
With that being said, the Secretary will take the roll for final passage of Senate file number 4067. Members, please vote. Senator Hurd, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Carlson vote aye.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Thank you.
Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Rasmussen votes no.
Senator Rasmussen votes no.
Senator Weber votes no.
And Senator Weber votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 33 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. No clapping in the chambers, please. I'll now go to Senator Murphy for a brief motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move a brief recess for the purpose of appointing conference committees.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The Senate is in recess. All right, members, just so the public understands what happens when we're out of recess, then you can applaud, but not while we're in session. For those who are coming to do the appointments, I need you to move expeditiously.
Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm so glad you're here. I'm so glad you're here.
Members, the Senate will come to order. Senator Murphy.
Mr. President, is there a privileged report at the desk?
There's a privileged report at the desk. The Secretary will read the report.
Senator Murphy from the Subcommittee on Conference Committees recommends that the following senators be, and they hereby are, appointed as a conference committee on Senate File Number 4760. Senators Latz, Umuver-Baton, and Limmer. Senator Murphy moved that the foregoing appointments be approved.
To that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members remaining under motions and resolutions, the Secretary will read the motion.
Senator Zhang moves that his name be stricken as chief author and the name of Senator Marty be added as chief author to Senate File Number 4059.
To that motion, I see someone saying something to me. Okay, thank you. All right, on that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Senator Murphy.